I tell you though, these lights are not agreeing with my glasses. So like this is just 90% glare.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the lights are a bit much.
I mean, they are what they are.
Yeah, but it's just that you're not used to being instructing with 15 million studio lights.
I mean, I have to make a decision. Either I can see like some of the faces, or I can see none of the faces.
Like which is best? Which do you prefer?
Oh, I cannot see the cards though. We're gonna go with this one. You think I'd have this stuff memorized? I do not.
You don't? No, you do.
It's too much of it.
Yeah.
You gotta reference things.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been doing it enough. It's just like, what class you want? Oh, okay, sure. I got you. Just put it down and go.
I forget names. I'm like, Nissen, I think he's Danish. I couldn't tell you where he's from. I don't know.
But see, yeah, you reference a lot of.
I reference things
like that.
Yeah.
Guys, if we could fill in up front, that would be awesome. Seem to have lost half of my audience. You're great. You're awesome.
I blame the day one presenters.
Yeah, it's like, oh.
Are we broadcasting? Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Sorry, guys.
If you guys were with us yesterday, you remember my clapping spirit finger trick. Okay, if you weren't here yesterday, what we'll do is like the clapping sign is me doing this. So when you see me doing this, clap super loud for however long I have them up there, and then decrescendo. Means fade out, nice and slow. So
Those are not spirit fingers. These are spirit fingers, and these are gold.
Right.
All right.
So yeah, so I'll try my best to Von Jet spirit fingers, and yeah, so thank you very much. We've got.
I should have an intro.
You should. Do you have an intro written?
I don't know, but apparently I have 30 seconds.
We better figure it out.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah, that's about all I got right now.
Where should I stand?
You're good right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna meet you in the beginning. I'm just gonna step away.
Bye.
Oh, look at that. You're too kind. You're too kind. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 2 of the 2022 DINFOS Social Media Forum. We're going to kick things right off with Army Major Stephen Bonjet to talk about research in social media.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing this morning? Welcome back to day 2, as Mr. Hall said. So a brief introduction about myself. I enlisted in the Army as a low-level voice intercept operator, 98 Golf, 20 some odd years ago. I spent 5 years running around doing collection work, low-level voice intercepting in the wilds of Afghanistan. Had a great time doing that as an electronic warfare operator. And then the Army saw fit to make me an infantry officer. Spent 7 years having a fantastic time doing that. Fell into public affairs because my body was breaking and I needed a change of pace. And I thought, this will be fine. And it was what a fantastic journey this has been. In that time, I have worked with the Special Forces. I have worked with America's Regiment, the U.S. Army Old Guard. I have worked at Joint Task Force National Capital Region. I have had the honor and privilege to serve as a director of media operations for the state funeral of President George H.W. Bush. I have served as the chief of production and on the most recent presidential inauguration. And finally, all that helped land me a gig here at Fort Meade and across the street over at DINFOS, where I work at the Joint Contingency Public Affairs course, where I work at the Joint Interagency Public Affairs course, where I teach students of all ages, well, mostly like, 18 to 80, I guess, who come through there to get a feel on what's going on in the world, what's going on in social media, what's going on in communication. But today I'm here to talk to you mostly about social media research, how we stay current in an ever-changing environment, or kind of like, as I like to call it, what do we do when Google alerts just aren't cutting it? And I think that we've all found ourselves in the thick of it with our command when we get up in the morning, we do our social listening, we start collecting, and we realize that, like, we're just reading the news, right? Like, we're just like, okay, so I just scan, and then we do what? We check our Facebook. Looks good, that's our Facebook. Okay, it's still there. All right, check. Good morning. All right, all right. We check our Twitter. That's still there. All right, seems good. Our Instagram. Well, okay. Scroll that a little bit more. Oh, this is fun. All right, pictures. All right. Oh, 30 minutes went by. Oh, I missed breakfast. I better go to my meeting. Okay. All right, good deal. Now we're off to the races. We're off to our day. And the boss says, well, what's going on in the news? And you're like, well, let's see. I listened to NPR on the way into work. Yeah. There's some news stories that apply to us, and we're going to talk about them. We're going to fill it out. That may be your world right now, or maybe it's not. Maybe you've got a better fix on this stuff. We have to figure out, does it matter? What's the tyranny of staying current? And there is a tyranny to it, right? It controls our lives. It draws us in. Like every single day, we have to go through this same rigmarole of how do we do this, and why do we do this, and what's important, what matters, and how do you cull through the 24-hour news media, social media, what sites, there's more sites every single day, and which ones do we care about, and where should we be, and how do we do social monitoring, and how do we do social listening, and what's the difference, and what matters to us, what matters to our boss, how are we making changes in the real world? How are we connecting the information environment to the physical environment to the commander's instinct? And are we doing that as public affairs? Are we doing that as part of the information forces? Are we doing that to combined effect? How well are we doing that? I'd argue that mainstream media, the big three, the big five, it's a mousetrap. We fall into it, especially with social media. Media in general, mainstream media, it's a trap because we consider it to be the end-all be-all of where we get our information and what we consider to be the place to go for what's what. What's going on Facebook? What's going on Instagram? What's going on Twitter? What's going on in the Twitter sphere? That's what matters. That's what's important. That's where the conversations are being had, right? Oh, what are people saying? Where do trends go to die? You tell me. Where do trends go to die? If you see a trend on certain social media platforms, you know that it's about ready to expire. What are those social media platforms? Instagram. If it's on, there you go. If it's on Instagram Reels, you know that it's got what? About a day left, right? It's old news. Where else? Facebook, right? If it's on Facebook, it's probably someone sharing a TikTok that was cool about a week ago, that was influential about a week ago, that was changing knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors about a week ago, that was shaping the environment about a week ago. But now that it's on Facebook, now that it's in the mainstream, people are like, they might be clicking a button, but it's no longer shaping knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors. It's no longer shaping anything in the environment. It's just noise. It's just something to cull through. just pollutes our environment. So what do we do? What do we do about that? How do we begin to approach our environment to cull through that? How do we begin to think about our environment? Well, first off, we need to start peeling away this idea of the mainstream and begin to look at the 3 tiers that we actually live and work in, and understand that there is the mainstream, but there's also the fringe, and there's also the niche, and that trends start in very small places, and then they jump up, and then they get a little bit more, right? And they start to populate here. And then finally, they go, and if they're popular enough, they'll jump up to the mainstream, and then, they'll be on the 5 o'clock news, and a day later, they're dead. That is the lifespan of the fringe. But likewise, the interest of people, you say, oh, that was interesting. I look at this thing because I'm on the mainstream, and I say, that was interesting. Let me follow that down, and I will follow it down to a fringe website. And I'll be like, oh, let me check that out. Maybe I'll get on TikTok because that's interesting to me. And I'll go on here and I'll start looking at TikToks. And then I'll fall into, maybe I'm really into foraging, and I'll get on to Mushroom Talk. Is anyone here on Mushroom Talk? You're on Mushroom Talk? That's what's up. Is anyone here just on like repairing your house talk? Were you repairing your house talk? Okay. Like, is anyone here on, is anyone here on Lord of the Rings TikTok? I'm avoiding it. Another one. You're avoiding it? Yes. Purposefully. Why? I haven't seen the show. You haven't seen the show, but you know about it. Yes. So, but you're purposefully avoiding it. That's fantastic. What are we talking about here? I'm flipping to cards real quick. We're talking about network filtering, right? Within these fringe networks, you then have networks built down within them, right? Networks within networks. And this is a way that you can do filter mapping and reflex control. Now, within public affairs, within the open source, within the overt, we are good to do filter mapping all day long. Reflex control, on the other hand, reflex control starts to lean into the realm of some of the other information-related capabilities that are out there. PSYOP and STO and some of the others, and some of the things that they do. Some of the things that our adversaries have been doing since the 60s, some of the things that warfare has been doing in multiple domains for centuries, which is getting people to do things not because we want them to do them, but because we made them think that they wanted to do them. We are in the business of changing knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors, absolutely. But reflex control has an insidious nature to it. But filter mapping is a way to begin to group people and understand their interests, because we are looking at things through their lens. We are understanding our stakeholders and understanding their perceptions and their interests, and we are grouping our stakeholders by their interests, and we are beginning to understand their narratives. The stories they tell themselves. And stories are powerful. We know that stories are powerful. We talk about narratives all the time. What makes us different than all the other animals? We're the ones that share our dreams. Dogs dream, my dog dreams, you can see him, he's just running his little leg. But he can't tell his little buddy dog. Lola can't tell Nikki what Lola dreamed about. Those are my dogs, Lola and Nikki. You had no context for that, I apologize. So Lola can't tell Nikki what Lola dreamed about, right? At least I don't think they can. They're plotting. It's hard to say. But we can share our dreams with each other. We can tell each other what we dream, what we hope, what we feel. And those narratives, those extended themes, those big ideas, that zeitgeist, that story that runs behind the message, that controls, that sings, that tells us what we're doing. That piece. Once we understand what our stakeholders are doing and what our stakeholders feel and what they're doing, then we can begin to anticipate what their interests are, what their decisions may be, and what we can do to shape opportunities, to shape knowledge, attitude, and behavior, to communicate to our commander, to communicate to the other information forces on our staff what is coming and what we can do in the future, so that way we can start to get predictive rather than reactive. Because we all know that as PAOs, one of the biggest hurdles we have is how do we stop talking about what happened yesterday and start talking about what's going to happen tomorrow? Because our commanders don't live in yesterday, and they don't fight in today. Our commanders operate in tomorrow, because the decisions they make are about tomorrow. If they're making decisions about today, it is too late and you have put them into the fight. Commanders deserve to be in tomorrow because that is the decision space for them. That is where they're effective. And so we owe it as advisors and as communicators to communicate about the opportunities of tomorrow. But to do that, we have to begin to understand our stakeholders. And so we have to get down into those networks and start to understand what's going on, to start to understand the depth of that. So networks are a good way to do that. Getting on Mushroom Talk, getting on Lord of the Rings Talk. Now maybe your commander doesn't have a lot of stakeholders in Mushroom Talk. Probably doesn't. But maybe they do. Maybe your commander has stakeholders in a neighborhood that does a lot of foraging. Maybe your commander has stakeholders in a neighborhood that is really interested in watershed protection or in boating. Now, why am I being so specific on that? Because just like I was talking about mainstream, fringe, and niche, we as public affairs, we need to understand that we are connecting the information domain to the physical domain, and social media is social. And people don't just think of it as online, they think of it as their lives. And they talk about their lives, and they connect their lives directly to what they're doing through apps like Nextdoor, through apps like TikTok. When people get on TikTok, they are talking about what's right outside their door. TikTok is a local reporting app. Some people are talking about what's going on out in the world, but most people are talking about what's going on right that they can see. And I will tell you that I have used real-time reporting from TikTok to inform decisions for commanders, because there were people who were live streaming from TikTok who were in crowds during riots saying this is what's happening, and it was a better feed than what was on Twitter. It was a better feed than what was going on in the news, because they were reporters that I was following, and they knew that TikTok was the best place for them to put their news out. And so I was on TikTok. Now, understand that the DoD is not there, but that was a stakeholder that was very important to my command. So why was I there? Because that's where the people are. Why do we rob banks? Well, I don't rob banks, but why do people rob banks? I wish I could rob banks. Oh my goodness. No, I don't. But why do people rob banks? Because that's where the money is, right? We're Americans. We love crime. We know this, right? It's built into our DNA, right? Because that's where the money is. So we have to go where our stakeholders are. And if our stakeholders are somewhere where there's a lot of risk, we have to figure out how to go there. We're the military. We wear these uniforms, all right? If there's danger in a house, if there's people with guns in that house, do we just go, oh, we're not going in there. There's people with guns. No. We assess risk. We figure out a plan. We go into that house. We close with and destroy the enemy. I was an infantryman by God. That's my bread and butter. We can do the same thing on social media. We can assume appropriate risk the right way. And commanders talk in the language of risk. Risk to mission, risk to force, and risk to brand. And when you talk in the language of risk with your commanders, and you communicate that, and you communicate the importance of your stakeholders, you begin to make connections. So now, how do we find those stakeholders? How do we identify them? How do we identify who's important to the commander? It's kind of two parts to that. First off, how do we identify who's important to the commander? Start a conversation with your commander, right? You can start by having conversations inside the staff. Start by understanding your organization. Look inward first. What are we about? Who are we? What is our story? So the first narrative you need to understand, the first story is, what's the story of us? What's our perspective? What are we about? You have to understand us. You have to really, really understand what you're about. Like on an emotional level, you have to understand yourself. And then once you understand your narrative, and you can start to look at who does have the stakes in that narrative. Pull out Gruning and start really picking yourself apart and looking at, okay, who has a piece of us and who's important. Not just who do we need to get to, but who needs to get to us as well. Because it goes both ways. Because it's relationships. Stakeholders are relationships. Because you need to understand the perspectives of those relationships and those narratives. Some of those relationships are a little lopsided, but you need to understand that. And you need to begin to develop that. And then, once you begin to break those stakeholders down, take a look at where they are. Start to do your stakeholder mapping. What are they interested in? What are they about? What do they follow? What are their interests? What are their perspectives? And not just about your organization. That'll come later. Just what are their interests? Maybe they are just really, really interested in the Lord of the Rings. It has nothing to do with your organization, but that helps you begin to understand the stakeholder. And if you say, my stakeholder is Kajangans within a 50-mile radius of my base. No, it's not. No. Your stakeholders are like people, like individuals, like you can be a stakeholder. They can be like Jack Georges is a stakeholder of mine, right? Because he's a person that I teach my classes with. And so he is one of my stakeholders that I deal with. Like they are important relationships to your organization. And if you can identify those and begin to break down who are those string-pulling relationships that affect the commander's in-state, now you can begin to make a difference. Because when you start saying that there's a group of 10,000 people, and we're going to affect the knowledge, attitude, and behavior of 10,000 people, well, it's any wonder why public affairs is seen as like this thing that sits on a shelf and then just talks about the news every day. Because how are you really going out and affecting the knowledge, attitude, and behavior of 10,000 people with like a press release and like a news story and a couple of good photos. So what if I got 27 million likes on Facebook with a photo? What's the value of a like? It's a vanity metric. It doesn't matter. It's worth nothing. We need to figure out who the individuals are that are going to move the needle towards the commander's end state. So you need to sit down with commander, and you need to define success for your organization. And you need to understand what communication success is for your organization and what that means. And we sometimes have a hard time initiating that conversation and saying like, no, like we really, really need to break this down. We really need to be very specific in how we're defining success here. Because if we do that, that means that we might fail. And then we need to have a conversation with the boss about endorsing failure and about being realistic. Because there's another conversation about being realistic and the fact that sometimes end states are hard to get to. And what the boss defines as success doesn't match the reality that's out there. Because the reality is volatile and unfriendly and complicated and ugly. And the boss might want it to change into something that's nice and pretty and easy to deal with. And you're like, boss, whew. That's going to cost time and money and people, right? Resources. And I don't have time. And I don't have money. And I'm just one person. And I can develop a good communications plan to get you there. I have the tools and the training to help guide us there on a timeline that might be longer than you're going to live, but I can get you there, right? I can develop a timeline that will get you there. I can do that staff planning for you at the strategic operational level that will guide us there to get to this end state, but it's going to take these resources. And we need to be realistic with our senior leaders about what that is. And this is not us talking, this is not a fight with them. We owe them this information. They want this information. They want to know this. This is exactly the information that they need. They've been wanting this for years from us. They've been begging for this. Tell us what you need. Tell us how to win. Tell us how to be successful because winning matters. And we just come in the morning and we're like, this is what was on Facebook. This is what was on Twitter. Instagram's doing good. And we got some likes. BBC mentioned us and we've got a report. And they're like, thanks, PAO. Good work. And we need to come in and say, we're recommending an engagement with this person in this many weeks. Because this person, if we can get them to understand this about us, and the only person here who can convince them to do that isn't you, boss, it's an enlisted person. Because they like the enlisted, because they're former enlisted. So we need to find the right sergeant major or the right ops person or the right staff sergeant to go and talk to them and build a relationship with them, right? Because it's not always the boss is the right communicator for us. Or maybe it is the boss, but we need to develop that relationship and push this forward to meet our end state, to change that knowledge, attitude, or behavior to get after what we're doing. And that's how we need to begin to communicate. And now we're working small. We're building ideas in the niche. And now we have a stakeholder that is going to then populate that idea through more people into the fringe. And they are going to communicate because they are not just a stakeholder, but they are an influencer because we have identified the appropriate key stakeholder in a group. And they are an influencer, and they are going to populate this for us. So we work local, niche, and they are also on social, and so they are going to do this. And it populates up, and then by the time it makes it onto Facebook, no one cares because it's dead, and we've already made the change that we needed to do 3 weeks ago. And then we just report, boss, I made it onto Facebook, we did the thing 3 weeks ago we needed to do. And the boss says, great, no one cares about Facebook. What goes on Facebook? We all know what goes on Facebook. Award ceremonies, promotions, all the fun stuff, right? That goes on Facebook because it's great. It's where we put our pictures. Nothing ever deletes it. You know, Mark Zuckerberg's going to own it forever. It's cool. But that's what we're using the mainstream for. But what we're using the niche for, what we're using the other things for, that's where we have to be careful. Now, there's another side to this. Our adversaries have been doing this a lot longer than us. And they're faster than us at it right now. And they're a little bit better than us at it right now. We have a problem in the U.S. military with white nationalism, right? And we know that they operate by putting out a little flavor of hate on the mainstream. And then they say, oh, come check us out on the niche. Come down to Reddit. We'll talk to you over here on the niche. Or we'll talk to you on the fringe. And then you get over to Reddit, and then they're like, maybe you want to come check us out on 8chan, or the David Duke website, or Rapey, or something like really distasteful. And they'll bring you down there, and then before you know it, ooh, now we've got a severe problem. And they've been doing this for years. Who on your staff is watching this? Who on your staff is on those sites, is on those spaces, is in the niche and the fringe, looking for indicators, listening for that stuff, watching it? Anybody?
Is that a public affairs function?
Whose function should it be if not ours? Who's doing it right now?
The OPSEC people in our organization, to some degree.
To some degree, we see that there's a problem. Are we talking about it with our commands and saying, there's this problem, this is what the gap looks like? Commanders talk in terms of risk. Risk to mission, risk to force, risk to brand. What sort of risk to mission, risk to force, and risk to brand does that present? We know it presents. It's been presenting for a while now. And how are we as public affairs, who are best suited to understand the nature of that problem, perhaps not best suited to deal with the problem, you're correct, but best suited to understand and communicate the nature of that problem to the staff? What are we doing to help explain and define it? Because who on the staff do they rely on to explain social media? Who owns social media? We do. We own it. And is there a problem with it? Is there an insidious, dark nature to it? Is there a giant risk that is attacking our force? Yes. So who owns that responsibility to explain it to the command and make recommendations to the command on how to at least begin to understand it, so that way the commander has space, can begin operating in the future to deal with it, to put time, money, and resources against it? Because who is it affecting? Our stakeholders. What stakeholders? Us. And what narrative is it tearing apart? Our narrative. The narrative that we stand for good. The narrative that we are the righteous. The narrative that when this goes around the world and shows up on your doorstep, that it's a good day, not a bad day. That narrative's under attack from within. PAOs, we can help. And by doing stakeholder analysis, and by doing narrative assessment and tracking it over time, and tracking the change, and tracking our stakeholders, and getting off the mainstream and into the fringe and into the niche, and beginning to listen and monitor and assess and report and track and inform our commanders about what's affecting our most important stakeholders, about what's affecting the commanders in state, we can begin to be more valuable to our commanders, we can begin to be more valuable to our staff, and we can begin to develop strong responses to the dangers that are affecting us in the real and in the now. Guys, that got real heavy. I'm sorry. Oh, that was rough. Okay, it's like kind of early in the morning. Do you have any questions? Yes, ma'am. Microphone, please.
Apologies, I'm short and I honestly didn't see it at first.
I'm short too.
So my question has to do with social listening.
Yes.
How can we, and I say we as the defense and intelligence communities as a whole, since I represent the FBI, how can we be sure that the things we are monitoring and listening to are actual people versus bot accounts, troll accounts, and how can we ensure that our sentiment analysis as an extension of that is being accurate versus being influenced by bad actors, whether it's nation states or other people who are trying to use the influencer technique?
That is the $64,000 question, right? Because we have to assess our stakeholders and connect, when we can, the stakeholder on the ground with the digital stakeholder. And we have to work local to regional. We have to work niche, real, connected to niche digital, connected, and then build that to fringe digital, and then let the mainstream sort itself out, right? And the laundry will get done. But that's how we make those connections. Because when we just try to work social alone without understanding who the stakeholder is at the root and identifying that stakeholder, there is that risk. And what that takes is having to go through a lot of analytical background, or like using systems to go through and either, you're doing follower to like comparisons, or like a lot of analytical backgrounds to ultimately make educated guesses about, is this person real or is this person not? Or in the cases of like real reporters doing reporting, is this laundered content where they're paid to make it, and then they find out later that this is a real reporter who is like pushing content that was being paid for by Russia, which has recently happened within like the past 3 months. So that is something that we do run into. So I try, when possible, to start hyper-local, where I can identify person on the ground to like matched accounts. And because I find that starting at like the neighborhood, local, schoolhouse, school zone level, and then building out from there is best.
Great. And then one quick follow-up.
Yes,
Based on that, in your expert opinion, do you think that we should keep sentiment analysis inherently qualitative versus quantitative? And if so, how would you help us, or how would you recommend we make that case to leadership who might love numbers?
I have worked, yes, okay. I have had the boss that is all about the numbers. And I did a great job of just pushing vanity metrics and being like, oh, look at what a good job we're doing. And in retrospect, it was a mistake. And I should have pushed more qualitative assessments. what I have found is when you select the right quantitative assessment and then connect how that quantitative assessment, that number, connects to the effect on the end state, and then provide the qualitative explanation of why it is affecting the end state, the boss's mind changes about qualitative versus quantitative. And so your numbers-focused boss all of a sudden will go, you know what, I kind of like this one. And I've seen it happen again and again. So even though I have had the numbers-focused boss, once I go in state, effect on the end state, effect on what you were trying to do, and now this is decision space, that's the transition point for them. But I bridge them in with numbers because I'm a good PAO and I use bridging tactics. I bridge them in with numbers to it. And that's the way I get there. And I know that's kind of a half answer, but that's the way that I dive in. But it's about in state.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Hi.
Hi, I have a question about TikTok and the DoD, because I completely agree
Yes.
with you. As social media practitioners, we should be on every platform. Social media is 24/7, but most of our jobs are not, right?
Correct.
So how do we encourage junior employees to be monitoring these platforms when they can't do it on mission time? Unless TikTok is allowed. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand it that TikTok is not allowed by the DoD.
Right. So first off, let me make the typical statement of I do not speak on behalf of the greater DoD, those that write at the very highest levels. However, I am a educator for the DoD and I educate about social media. So my opinion as an educator for the DoD is very strong about this, and I'll get into that specifically in this response. So no, DoD policy is that we are not, do not have an official presence on TikTok, and we don't have TikTok on any of our devices. And they have put out a recommendation, it's not a policy that you will not, but it is a recommendation asking that you do not be in uniform. That's currently correct, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, just want to double check with my battle buddy on that one there. So with regard to that, the spaces that we have to operate in, our service members are on it, and they're on it in uniform. TikTok is on our ships. TikTok is in our barracks. TikTok is in AIT. There is AIT talk. It is fantastic. I'm sure you've all seen it. There is a crew of like-minded PAOs who is actively scouring TikTok nightly, daily, from their personal devices on work hours, who is identifying youngsters who are kind of stepping out of the bounds of decorum and then being like, okay, Florida National Guard, okay, random unit that I shouldn't have said. Let me find your command. I apologize. I love the great state of Florida and all your theme parks. And let me, frequent visitor, and let me, send this out to your PAO and get a correction, right? And because we want to steer these youngsters in the right direction, and we want to help these folks out. So it's happening. But it's not formally happening, and it's kind of a grassroots effort right now, and there's a groundswell. I am very much of the opinion that our stakeholders are there. Well, that's not opinion. I mean, that's fact. Our stakeholders are there. I am very much of the opinion as an educator that we have a gap. And the risk of that is they are in a place where it is a place of knowledge, attitude, and behavior change for them. And if we are not there to be a part of that conversation, to be someone who can be a piece of that knowledge, attitude, and behavior change, then that is a risk. And we should be talking to our commanders often about where that risk is at. But ultimately, it is a commander decision about risk. And if commanders say we are at a risk level, because I understand that there is a diplomacy level of TikTok as well, and there is diplomacy talk. And if commanders say, no, the risk is not yet high enough, and we understand where you're at, PAO, and we understand your opinion, but the risk has not elevated to that level, and we assume that risk, and it is a no, then it is a no. And as operators, that's a no, and we will say, well, roger that, and drive on. But the guidance is written in such a way that that still enables us to do as we're doing now, which is to go in and clean things up on the back end and take care of things and continue to do monitoring. So we are there, we can listen, but we do not officially have a presence. We are not officially communicating, but we are unofficially listening. We are just not monitoring, because if we were monitoring, then we would have an active presence.
Okay, that kind of helps. Thank you. I guess further defining how we can listen but not officially monitor would be helpful. And maybe that's a policy question, right, for Andrew and
is.
Andy, about if we can use mission time for that on personal devices, if that makes sense.
Well, if you're on a personal device and you're using it during mission time, that's already theft of government time anyway. I mean, what are you doing on your personal device
Right.
anyway?
So then how
Shame
would
on
we
you.
use TikTok?
I mean, get out of here. I mean, oh my goodness. So that said, I do find myself on my personal device quite often throughout the day. I take little sanity breaks, 3 and 4 minutes there, and I will occasionally find myself on various apps of various nature, just to check out what's going on in the information environment, or to enjoy myself, because I'm a huge fan of Dungeons and Dragons content, and I can't stay off D&D talk because it's amazing.
Agree. Thank you.
All right, good. I'm glad you agree. That's rad. Okay, roll for initiative. Hi.
Hi, good morning. So it's kind of a follow-up question to TikTok a little bit. So I'm with Army Recruiting, and our
Wonderful.
Yes,
You
wonderful.
guys are the best.
So our main stakeholder is teenagers, and they're on TikTok. Obviously, it's a big hard no in recruiting. So how do we meet our stakeholders on another platform, but also stay current? So like you're saying, trends go to die on Facebook and so forth. So, and same with Instagram Reels. So how do we stay current and meet our stakeholders on a approved platform?
Yeah, it's certainly a challenge, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It certainly is a challenge. There are... I've been struggling with this for months. I was on TikTok when I was the U.S. Army PAO up until the DoD put out the letter to say, like, okay, turn it off. And then it was, like, I think December 19 was the last time I posted to my account. And I was like, oh, wah, wah. And that was about the same time that all my U.S. Army recruiting buddies, because there were tons of them, and they were amazing. They were posting like daily content. And then we all kind of went dark at the same time. And then like all those accounts are still there because, it's, that's the way that we, preserve our data. But they're just all dormant. So you can find the account, it's still there, it's just kind of mothballed. So what are our recruiters doing now to meet those service members where they're at? What I would tell you is that there's a lot that we can do to be communicating with them, but not be communicating with them on the platform. And part of understanding your stakeholder isn't necessarily interacting with them on the platform. Mm-hmm. But you have to know what's going on the platform because they are communicating with each other, right? So understanding the language that they're speaking now, understanding their trends, understanding what's going on, understanding what's popular, understanding the jokes, understanding the musical memes that they're communicating in and how those are changing day to day and week to week, and what's getting ready to hit the news, like when Devious Licks was a thing like a year ago, and then it quickly died off and all that. We can monitor that, we can listen to that. We can be on the platform watching that go down. And the recruiters, I would highly recommend that if they're comfortable having that on a personal device, and they're comfortable having a personal account and going through that with appropriate protection set up on their device to protect themselves, and then scrolling through on a lurk, or if they want to be active in a personal status, doing so. So that way they understand what's going on to stay current with their demographic, with their stakeholder, to help in those conversations, then they should do that. But ultimately, they're not going to get recruits by posting good content. They still come down to a face-to-face interaction. They still come down to one-on-ones. But that one-on-one is made more effective by being genuine and by being able to make a fast, quick connection about a point of interest from the stakeholder's point of view, right? Mm-hmm. And to do that, it helps to understand TikTok and to understand what's going on, because these kids are living their entire digital life on that platform, which is sometimes upwards of 6 hours a day. So if you understand where they're spending 6 hours a day and where they're getting all their content and all the dirty jokes they're telling and what they're hiding from their parents, you can quickly be like, oh, hey, this is interesting to you, and now let's segue into a conversation about like why the military might be a good decision for you and what this is about, and you can connect with them more effectively in that manner. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be making shorts and telling the military story. They're going to do that for you. And if you have the conversation the right way, you don't need to worry about the recruiter officially doing that, because these kids are going to ignore exactly what we tell them as soon as they go into basic. They're going to take their phones with them. They're going to make the TikToks, because we can't tell an E3 to do anything. I can't get an E3 to listen to me for a second. And they're going to go right to basic, and they're going to make the TikToks, and then their friends are going to watch it, and then they're going to become that influencer who's going to do it. We don't want them to do it, and it's against policy, but they're going to do it anyway because they're doing it right now. Because it's there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I'm pointing at young people. I'm sorry. The young people tell me yes, it's there. I know it's there. I was on. When I get up in the morning, I got up at 4 o'clock this morning because I'm broken. The first thing I do is I look at TikTok. I'm not well. And it was an airman in the barracks who dances with a broom. It's amazing. It's fantastic. So they're going to go in and do it, and they want to connect with them anyway. But I think that just being aware and being on it in that manner is kind of the best advice we can give to help them stay current. And I know that that's a half measure from probably what you want to hear, but I think that that is doctrinally and regulatorily the best answer that we can give right now, and it's going to help get them there. Does that
That
make
helps.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
That does. Thank you.
You're welcome. I also got to keep my job with that answer. Nailed it. Question?
Yes, I have a question. It's about geotagging.
Yes.
So Dr. Luttrell brought up a great point about, having others forward your messaging, forwarding your narrative.
Yes.
Whereas if we're doing these major exercises, obviously the first thing everybody brings up is OPSEC. We don't want them to know we're here, but us as, Comstrat, public affairs practitioners, we already put out a press release. We already have the large footprint. It's been there for weeks. They already know we're here. So how do we advise commanders, OPSEC practitioners, the two, everything, like, hey, let the Marines, sailors, soldiers, airmen, coasties tell their story on their social media channels, because it's only going to help you in your personal narrative or as a commander?
I think it comes down to that conversation about risk again. Again, commanders speak the language of risk. And when you begin to break it down into buckets of risk to brand, risk to mission, risk to force, and you talk about geotagging, and you begin to talk about realistically what that risk level is, right? And if you do a risk assessment of it, and you actually start quantifying where that risk is and what our mitigation measures for that is, and you go through and you actually walk the dog on where that risk is, and then you present the commander and you say, this is the risk, this is the mitigation, this is what we get for it, this is what we give for it, then I think that what that does is that rather than have a big scary geotagging, this is a terrible thing, now you have actually done a little bit of staff work for the commander. You've presented the commander with options. You've presented the commander with space to make a decision. And the commander now can see what benefit we're getting for it. And commanders understand spending something to get something. That's what commanders do, right? And so they will look at that option and they will then make a command decision. And we support commanders and we support commanders' command decisions. And so the commander will then say either like, yep, absolutely, or they're going to say like, kill that geotagging, right? But we owe it to our commanders to give them an informed basis to make that decision on. That's where we stand with that. So I think that that's the best way to do it, is to go through and really just kind of break that down. And 9 times out of 10, we're going to win that argument because we come in with all this great data that shows this is all the good you get from it. And it is not just good for us, but now we can connect this not just to our organization, but 1 level up, 2 levels up, 3 levels up, to what the DoD is telling us, to what JP3 Tax 6.1 is telling us, to what we are doing at the very highest levels, to how this works throughout, to now we have a major recruiting issue. Now this helps that recruiting issue. Now this is connected to all of this. And now we are all telling a story. And now let's talk about this narrative and how this is connected. And now we are connected to each other and we have this story that goes throughout. And now we look more inviting. And now you can start to get the commander behind it and understand. And now you can say like, and by the way, commander, we have an opportunity for you. And we'd like you to come on and have a presence on this thing. And let's get you, on some Instagram reels where trends go to die, right? And then you can get them involved in this because we're not going to put them on TikTok, but we might do some reels with them. And I think that that's how you can get that relationship going. That help?
Good. Yeah.
All right, great, thank you.
Hey, Javon, I got one from the online audience.
Can you go to the microphone? Oh, you are mic'd.
I am Mike.
You are mic'd.
I think
my
I'm
bad.
Mike. Well, thank you for my.
I apologize. You know what? I'll let you do your job.
So this is very general. It says, my senior leaders don't understand mainstream social media, much less niche or fringe media. So why doesn't the DoD senior leaders demand they educate themselves if it's relevant to mission? I have a response, but I'll let you.
Well, what the DoD has done is they have equipped your organization with the perfect person to do that. It's probably the person that asked the question. I don't want to put too fine a point on that, but inside the organizations, we have the responsibility to communicate with our commanders to do that. We are advisors. We aren't just the PAOs that work out. We are the advisors that work in. And if you need to begin filling the bucket on which role is the most important, you will often find that that advisor to the commander bucket fills up real quick and gets real heavy. Because ultimately, we are about meeting the commander's end state. We are about mission success. We are about ensuring that the organization meets what it was designed to do: fight and win our nation's wars. And to do that, it needs everybody rowing together, including the PAO, sitting down with the commander with a piece of paper, drawing circles, and writing out little social medias on them and saying, hey boss, this is what this means. And I know that this seems weird, but I gotta explain this to you because this is the information environment and this is a domain and this is one of the joint domains and this is how we're gonna take this hill. And we're gonna take this hill called Facebook and then we're gonna take this hill called Reddit. And we're gonna stay away from this hill called 4chan because it's a weird hill. But we're gonna listen to it because there's scary stuff happening there and this is why we're gonna listen to it. Because if our soldiers are on this hill or if our service members are on this hill, we've probably got a problem because bad things happen on this hill. And by the way, if we can figure out how to make this hill go away and our people never go there, it's probably for the best. And I'd like some help with that. And we need to be having those conversations with our commander, right? But that's us going to our commander and doing that as the commander's advisor. And if we're waiting on our commander to say, Steve, come into my office, sit down, I need you to explain the social media thing to me. It's never gonna happen, y'all. The commander, they're commanding. They are relying on us to provide understanding of what's going on. They rely on us to do that. And so that's what the DoD's done, is they have filled their staff with strong, smart, well-educated, ready, resilient officers and NCOs and civilian powerhouses who are well-trained, who are DINFOS trained killers, pow, pow, who are ready to go out and do this thing, to come and sit down with them and go like, all right, I know that you don't like this. I don't like that you don't like it, but we're going to get through this together because this is what I'm about. And I am part of the definition of success for this organization. Because I am an essential task for this organization. Public affairs is an essential task for this organization. That means that if we're not doing public affairs, the mission fails. How do we know that? How do we know that we're essential? Because if we weren't, they would have fired us already. We exist. That's how we know we're essential. You think we don't keep unessential things in the military. We can, poof, they would have cut sling load on us already. They would have cut us all a long time ago. Anything else, y'all? All right. Hey, y'all have been amazing. Y'all have been fantastic. I have been mediocre, but I appreciate y'all's patience in that. Thank you guys so much today. I've been Steve Von Jett, and you guys have been beautiful. That's it.
Hey, brother, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back to talk about podcasting. Good job, brother. Way to keep your job.
I don't know. We'll see.
Audio check 1 2 3. Audio check 1 2 3. This is Olivia Nunn coming at you from the DINFOS audio room, Social Media Forum 2002.
Project a little bit if you want.
Can you hear me? Do I need to talk louder? Is this the radio check level that you need me to talk at? Or do I need to talk louder? Is this a better level? More? Louder? Okay. Okay. Sure. A bottle of water just in case you have those great things. Yeah, like I said, you're great for it, not traveling.
All right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for coming back. I'd like to just get right to our next session with Miss Olivia Nunn.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so very much, and thanks for the invitation to be here this morning. For those of you that don't know me, I am Olivia Nunn. I am a retired lieutenant colonel, and I was a PAO once upon a time in your seat doing this very thing, messaging on behalf of the United States Army. So it's good to be back with my fellow PAOs. Today, I'm going to talk about a topic of podcasting. For many of you, it's not a new concept, but for others, it can be for your organization. Next slide. So why podcasting, right? Podcasting isn't necessarily new, but a lot of organizations want to bring it in, but really don't know how. And I get asked often, how do you do it? So why am I the one bringing this conversation to you? Some of you guys might know who I am. Before I retired, I served as the U.S. Army Soldier for Life Public Affairs Officer. And in that capacity, I was the Soldier for Life podcast host. And in that capacity, I got to bring so much great content to the military community. And with that, a lot of trial and error. And I got to learn about this great concept. And I got to bring what I learned about podcasting to the Military Officers Association of America. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. And I actually do podcasting on my own. So I'm going to walk you through all these great things that I've learned. But I don't want today's session this morning to just be me talking at you. I want this to be interactive because that's the only way you're going to learn. So I want you to ask me your questions, right? Because that's how you learn. You got to jump right in. So this is what I'm going to cover today. Next slide. So why should your unit start a podcast? And again, I get asked this question at least, 100 times a week across my various social media platforms because I am on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and across those platforms, I get messaged that quite often. So let's jump right into it. Why should your unit do a podcast? Next slide. So who listens to podcasts in here, in this room? So more than half of you. Well, for those of you that didn't raise a hand, why don't you listen to a podcast? Just curious. Shout it out.
Don't have time.
Don't have time? Okay.
Not in the habit of it.
Okay. What else?
I honestly don't know anything about it.
Really? Okay. So podcast, actually, oddly enough, for the person that said you don't have time, is actually the reason why podcasts are so popular. It's a way to consume information because you can fit the way you consume information at the way you want to. Because you can stop how you consume information, right? Think about how when you watch a TV show, especially a live TV show or news, right? You have to be attentive to that. You've got to listen to it. And if it's live, you've got to be paying attention. And then you're like, wait a minute, what did that newscaster just say? And if you weren't paying attention and if you missed it, you're like, crap, I got to watch the replay. And if you don't have time and if you forget because you've got a million things that you've got to do in your job, you probably forgot to go back, right? And in our business as PAOs, where the news cycle's 24/7 and things are coming at you at 100 miles an hour, that one piece that newscaster said was probably the most important thing that you were supposed to catch, right? But with podcasting, you can literally stop it, rewind that few seconds and go, oh, that was the most important thing I was supposed to catch, and now I just caught it. That one simple thing, the ability to start and stop, rewind, fast forward, or you know what, this person's just going on and on about something I don't care about, I can fast forward that segment, is one simple piece why podcasting itself is such a powerful tool. That's just one reason why podcast is powerful. podcast listeners consume so much of the bandwidth of part of the social space that we listen to. There are over 132 podcasts out there. 132 million. It sounds like a lot, right? When you think about all the data that's out there. However, don't let that number scare you off. For those of you that are in here and you understand social media, who thinks in here they think that they're a social media expert? Right? You should be as PAOs, right? And when we talk about social media, you should understand the general concept, right? You should understand your audience, right? Understand the flow of social media. And you should understand the general dynamic of social media. But here's the nice thing about podcasts. It's the only part of the social aspect where the more niche you go, the more powerful you can become. That's the only part of the social aspect that the more niche you go, the more powerful you can become. How cool is that? And that actually makes it really interesting and dynamic for your unit. And for many people who have anxiety about all the other aspects of messaging, this is the one place that you can actually control. That one piece that you want to own. And that makes it very enticing. So again, don't let that large number about podcasts scare you from not doing podcasts for your unit. And the other part is you can multitask, right? Again, because of that piece of being able to start, stop, doing other things. Here's the other part. Majority of your listeners, they do podcasts from doing daily chores. Many people do podcasts from folding laundry, doing dishes. A lot of people listen to their podcasts on their daily commute. And come on, we're in the National Capital Region. We are commuters. Commuting is part of our life. It consumes, on average, 2 hours of our daily life, right? What better way of consuming information than on our daily commute? And what better way for your unit to get out its message to its members than on a daily commute, than through a podcast? And here's the thing, a podcast doesn't have to be lengthy. It doesn't have to be the Joe Rogan show that goes on for an hour and a half every single day. You can control the length, the speed, the time, and how many times your podcast is going to be. And we'll get into that. And that's the beauty of podcast. You control the message. So again, these are all the cool pieces of why podcasts can be so powerful and why your unit should be utilizing this incredible and very powerful tool in your arsenal. Any questions? All right, next slide. Here's the other piece. It's a great mentoring tool. It's a great piece for your unit to use as an active listening tool, right? And here's the other way. Don't think of podcasting from a very traditional aspect. You have tools that are out there that you can use from a podcasting perspective, right? Our social platforms are changing and evolving in so many different ways all the time. Let's use Instagram. Instagram Live. You can use that from a semi-podcasting type platform, right? It allows you on the spot to be able to tap into your audience, right? On the spot, go Instagram Live, your Command Sergeant Major can talk about something that's on his mind, and to be able to talk about a quick piece, and allows your soldiers to come back and be able to talk right back to the Sergeant Major, right? And if you're consistent with that, that's a great way to have a dialogue. So think outside the box. Don't allow the platform to dictate on how you are going to message. Utilize the tool to your advantage. The important part is make sure that your soldiers understand the tools that you're using. And that is where you use your skills as a PAO when you message. Does that make sense? Next slide. So, how do you get started? What equipment do you need? Next slide. So, this is what a basic podcast setup looks like, right? For many of you, you've got one part of it already, which is the laptop. Now, word of caution. I would highly, if you don't already get that part, have your own laptop. Don't use a government one. Because I've learned that the hard way. Get your own laptop. Okay, there, I said it. Next slide. So this is my setup at my home. I've invested my own money, and here's why. Because I believed in the mission when I did podcasting on behalf of U.S. Army Soldier for Life. So I'm going to tell you what it costs to start, right? If your unit doesn't want to spend the money from their own budget and you believe in the mission and you want to get started, and then what I paid for out of my own pocket because I believed in the mission. But hopefully your unit believes in the mission and they're willing to spend the budget, right? So here's what I did. All right, I've got some fancy headphones just because if anybody follows me on social media, it's what I do, right? I believe audio is the most important part. The crispness of the audio on the back end is very important, right? It's not what you hear, it's what the audience hears, right? So you have to invest in what your mic is doing, right? So USB plugged in mic is cheap. So you could start in around $500. So that's the microphone, that's the headset, right? That, assuming that you already have a laptop. You've got to invest in the microphone. And there's plenty of companies out there that you can invest in microphones. Rode, I have a Shure, right? That's a 7 MB microphone. That runs about $400. Again, it's because it's the type of microphone and it's the sound quality, and that is what you're looking for. And anybody who's an audio technician can attest to that. Because here's the other reason. When it comes to editing, and when you start pushing out your audio content to platforms, and you want the like radio stations, and you want other platforms to pick up your podcast, the better platforms want that rich quality audio. And they're only going to pick up quality content. And that is going to be the difference between your content and the ones that stay down here. And that's why I highly encourage you to invest in that quality equipment. So again, I'm not saying go all out and spend all that money. You can, tier your way through. If you listen to Soldier for Life from season 1 to season 3, there was a progression. We started off at the bottom because we were just building ourselves. We were just trying to see, can we do this? Can we prove our concept? Is there a need? Are soldiers going to listen to us? And we proved it with season 1. There was such a demand. We built it, we did it, and all of a sudden everyone's like, where are you guys? We want it. We want to listen to you guys. Keep building the season. So we improved our audio quality. So if season 1 for you guys is just a plug-in microphone, and you can prove that your unit wants it, and then you build from there, that's okay. But if you want to go all out in season 1, by all means do that. But again, just letting you guys know why audio quality is important. So everything plugs into some kind of platform. For me here, that's a Scarlett 4i4. If you are an audio technician and you love doing that, you don't necessarily have to do something like that. There are other platforms. For me, I'm not all into that. I just wanted something simple. And here's the other thing. I lost hearing. Thank you, Army. I'm disabled there. I can't hear some of the tones, so I don't want to mess with all the EQ and all that other setting. I don't want to figure that out. That 4i4 does it for me. It just sets all of that, balances it all out, and that's why I use that. Figure out what works for you. There are people that love to do that, so you could figure out the tool that best makes sense for you. So there are ways in which you can figure out and the budget that makes sense for you. Me, I like KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. For me, that works for me. But again, what works for you maybe doesn't work for me. Just figure it out. It doesn't take a whole lot to get started. These are just ways to do it. You don't necessarily need 2 screens like I do. I'm just a screen person. In fact, I actually had 3 screens at one point because that's just me. Just more important is get started, right? Any questions so far? All right, next slide. So then after you kind of get your equipment going, right? And you built it, you've got this idea, you're telling your unit, we're gonna do this. We've got all this equipment, we're invested, we've got a podcast idea, we even got a name for it. That's the fun part, right? Figuring out a name. If you saw at the beginning of my slide, mentoring beyond the boots, right? Come up with a name that best makes sense for your unit. Could even be your unit's motto. Whatever it is, have fun with it, right? Don't be so boring with it. Whatever it may be. You need to stream your podcast. You need to find a method. This is where the cost comes in, because you can't just pump it out from your laptop. That doesn't work. You have to somehow stream it. For me, I particularly, when I was doing it with Soldier for Life, I used Libsyn. Libsyn is not a bad service. Now that I do it with MOA, I use Buzzsprout. There are different platforms out there. Buzzsprout has been the #1 for years. I just like Buzzsprout a lot better than Libsyn, right? Don't let me dictate to what makes sense for you. Do your homework. There are lots of platforms out there. But let me back up. How do we even get there, right? How do we even get to these streaming services? Well, you have to record an episode. So let's start there. Next slide. Next slide. So let me back up. So before we figure out how we get to your formatting, right? You had this idea, you figured out your podcast, you figured out you're gonna do it, you've got the name of it. How does it even begin? Right? You had this conversation. Because this is the part that a lot of people don't really know what the magic behind the scenes are. Right? They just see, oh, I saw 2 people on a screen, and now I hear this thing, right? This episode that I've downloaded on Apple iTunes or Spotify or wherever else I capture my podcast from. So this is the magic behind the scenes. This is the work that gets done. I, the podcast host, find some kind of story. It's the same work that you do as a PAO in getting a story, right? You find a cool narrative, a cool pitch, and I go after it, right? In fact, this season for MOA, I'm recording season 3. And in that season, it's all about stories from the front, from Iraq and Afghanistan. A lot of them are Silver Star recipients. And it's their narrative, their stories from the war. And I'm listening to them telling me their war stories. So it's me and them having a conversation. And if you listen to my podcast when I was with Soldier for Life, that was my style. And it's always been the way that I wanted to drive the conversation. Two friends catching up over a cup of coffee at Starbucks. We just happen to have headphones on. So it goes like this. I'm going to send you a link. You must have a computer, headphones, and a quiet room. And we're going to give you a date and time that we're going to agree upon. You're going to click on that link. We both come onto that link. We're going to use whatever platform. Like I said, I use Buzzsprout now. I use a service called Squadcast. Squadcast feels and looks like Zoom, but it's made specifically for podcasting. So think Zoom in your head, right? You click on that link. We both pop up on a screen. And then I go over some preliminary information, just like you do as PAOs, right? Did I get your name right? Can I say your name right? These are the data that I have on you. This is the things we're going to talk about. Make sure my left and right limits. All the good things that you do as a PAO, all those rules still apply. Even though that I'm out of the Army, right? I still use all those good training tips, right? The only difference is I could punch a little harder, I could say a few more words, and I don't have to worry about some of the things that I worried about in the Army so much, right? But I still use those good training tips. And then I hit record, and away we go, and we have that conversation. I like to stick to a script of about 20 to about 45 minutes long, and I watch the timer. Two old friends having a good conversation. And that's it. I don't script it. I let the conversation go where I think it needs to go. And then I thank them for their time, and then I end it. That's it. And what I caution them and say, and I tell them is, it's a one shot, one kill. Unless they absolutely tank it, then, I might re-record it. But for the most part, that's what I do. Because I want to capture the story at the heart of where it's at. I want to capture the story at its realness, at its authentic, true self. Because that's what I preach. Be your authentic self. And that's why I don't script it. Because who wants to hear a robotic story? Because you can hear it. Just because you don't see it, you can hear it. And here's the other part. Podcasts can also be video format. I record my screen, and I tell them that. I make sure that they know that my podcasts are also audio and video. Because I take that content when I'm recording that screen, and I use that content on social media as teasers. Check out our upcoming podcast that I did with so-and-so, and this is what it's going to do. My long term is that whole entire story is going to be out on YouTube. And everybody, by the way, everybody wants to be Joe Rogan. Everybody wants to get to the Joe Rogan standard. That's the gold standard, right? To get to a true TV video production, right, to what Joe Rogan does, is very different from an audio podcast. It's a completely different narrative. It's a completely different cost model, right? Costs a whole lot more. I'm not saying you can't do it. It just costs different. But there's ways around it. Think outside the box. Record your screen. Take snippets of that recording and use that. Use that in your stories on social media. Use that in your highlight reels. There are different ways in which you can drive that and capture that and push that, right? Those are parts of your messaging. Got it? So now let's talk about the format. Next slide. So I kind of talked about this in this piece, right? 20 to 30-minute weekly episodes. Again, you don't have to do weekly. You could do it maybe once a month or a couple times a quarter. This is where your unit can decide where you think it's best. I would not recommend once a quarter, because then what are you gaining out of that, right? That time is a little too long. Maybe once or twice a month, right? But whatever it is that you do, the same rules apply like other social media. Once you do it, you got to feed the beast. You can't stop it, but be consistent with it. That rule still applies. But you can decide what it is that best makes sense. And then decide how you're going to do it. You know, is it an interview style? Is it a question and A back and forth, right? How many people are you going to have on your show? You can determine that. Is it going to be just you and the other person? Is it you and 2 other people? Again, these are your rules. No one makes the rules but you. There's no set of standards. You get to make those standards. And that's the cool part of podcast, which makes it really fun, right? It's just a matter of how much headache are you willing to deal with? Because the more voices you add on, it's more work for you on the editing side. Just something to think about. That's why I typically try to keep it just to me and that one guest. Sometimes I might add me and 2 other people, but I really try to keep it just to me and the guest because it all has to do with the editing part. And then what is a season, right? If you notice some podcasts, they don't have seasons. They just keep going with episodes. Episode 1, now it's episode 300. There's no rules, right? Again, it's just the way that they want to do it. Or maybe it's a season, right? A season could be 10 episodes. It could be 15 episodes, and then it's a new season. Again, it's however you decide. A season could be 3 months long. It could be 5 months long. You get to decide what best makes sense for your unit, right? It could be based on a calendar, a fiscal calendar, the actual calendar itself. Again, however best makes sense to your unit. And then is there a theme, right? Some units want to do a theme to that. When I was with Soldier for Life, we did it based on certain themes, right? It was because Soldier for Life was a lot about transitioning. So we focused a lot on maybe this theme was about education. And then the next time it was about businesses and jobs. So again, what makes sense for your unit? Next slide. So the planning process, right? This is a part you have to stick to. When you stick to this planning process, it helps your flow. This allows you to be able to stick to your cycle, which is your season interviews, locking in your recording schedule, your episodes, and how you edit. This is the best way to do it. And the best way to do it is you figure out what your schedule's going to be, you figure out who you're going to interview, you lock them in, and then you go balls to the walls. And what do I mean by that? You try to record everybody that you want in that season in about a 2-week window. And then you record them. And here's why. Once you record them all, then you just go into editing queue, and then you're done. And that allows you the breadth and the time and the space to go into editing and then just start releasing. And then once you do that, it allows you to go back into that phase again of researching for the next season. What happens is when I first started doing this, what I was doing is I would go find somebody, catch them, interview them, record them, stick them out. And then I'd have to hurry up, go find somebody, record them, edit them, put them out. See what I was doing? I was constantly, and I never had a bench. And what would happen is if that person couldn't interview with me because they got sick or I got sick or we had a problem with the interview, the tape got jacked up or whatever, I was screwed. I was literally, there was a couple times I was hosed. I had to release something and I had nothing. And I was like, shit. And I would literally like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? And I would have to like phone a friend, like, do you have time? I literally need to record right now. Like, what am I gonna do? So don't put yourself in a bind. If you put yourself and lock yourself in and record everybody in a 2-week session, and if something happens, you've given yourself all this time. Or if something happens, like something cool or a VIP comes in and you have an opportunity to record somebody, now you can grab them and you can shuffle around your deck and say, you know what, I'm gonna bump this person, I can move them to another season, or you know what, this actually sounds better because I realized, oh, this is the month of the military child, or this is the month of mental health, or whatever, I can move this person around. It gives you that flexibility and you're not in that mode of, crap, I've just stuck myself in a jam. And that's why putting yourself in that zone of doing the work up front gives you that bench. And I didn't understand that first season. So it's important that if you do that work up front, it gives you so much breath in the backspace. Hopefully that makes sense. Next slide. So promotion, right? How do you promote yourself? And I've talked about this as we've gone through. Social media, sharing to your platforms, right? And it's sharing not only to the unit's platform, but it's sharing to your personal platforms, right? You're the PAO, right? You have the unit's platform, but you have your own. You should be promoting your unit on your own platform because you should be proud of the work that you're doing, right? Hopefully, right? You should be tagging your own unit because that's the work that you're doing. So that's a great way. Website, draw the traffic to the website, right? Every chance that you get. So, and also tag other units, right? Tag the Army, tag, all the nonprofits that are tied. Those are great ways to draw. And here's the other thing. Sell yourself, right? Sell your unit's podcast to the other podcasts, right? It's called, cross-pollination, right? Contact the other podcast series. Say, hey, I'm so-and-so. We have a podcast, and this is what we do. Would love the chance to come onto your podcast series. And at the same time, would love to get you onto our podcast. And this is what we talk about. SOCOM has a podcast series out there. They've been doing really well. I know the Sergeant Major that runs that podcast series. And I know the editor that's behind the scenes that's been doing it for a long time, right? The military is a small world, right? You guys should know that, right? The circle, the degree of how we know each other and how we're connected is a small world. So I guarantee you probably know all the little podcasts that are out there once you actually start figuring out, like, oh yeah, I know Sergeant so-and-so or Lieutenant so-and-so who runs that. It is a small world. So get out there, get connected, get on each other's podcasts, right? Let me scratch your back if you're gonna scratch mine. Let's have a conversation because we're all doing this to get out our message. So why not share, right? We're not in competition with each other. We are not in competition with each other. So let's share. And then collaborate, right? Collaborate with each other, right? There's forums out there. Like I know I'm in a Facebook group of 46 alphas and we share all the time of I'm in this struggle. I have this idea. What do you think about this? I've got this question. Share, right? I want to do this, or I've got this idea, or hey, I want to do this podcast. What do you guys think about this? Or anybody have this idea? Share and collaborate. Next slide. So the cost. This is the one that units always want to know. Next slide. So you could go internal versus contracting, right? Some units contract and some units are going to go all internal. And this is where, for the PAO, this is where your life is either going to get easier or it's going to get easier and fun or it's going to get easier and hard. So if you contract, you're going to contract to somebody who loves doing it and it's going to cost, like somebody like me, right? Or as a PAO, you're going to take on that burden. And I've been on both sides. So the going rate is about, on average, out there on the industry is $2,500 per episode. That is the going rate. And the reason why is $2,500 per episode is that soups to nuts, right? That is, the person is doing all your work, right? They're hosting it for you. They are doing the editing. They're launching it. They're running it for you. So that kind of gives your unit an idea, right? And then you can start negotiating with that person about, well, if they're not hosting it, if they're not the speaker, but they just want you to edit it, then you can have those discussions. But if you want to go internal, you guys are the host. So then you guys are just paying for certain fees, right? Because there's a fee for Buzzsprout, for Libsyn. Those fees aren't that much, right? I think Buzzsprout, is like $15 a month, right? So those are some things that you got to look at, right? There's equipment costs, right? You got to pay for the editing suite, like Adobe and things like that. Many of you guys may already have that for the work that you guys do. It's just a matter of getting trained on that, sending you guys to school. Well, here you guys. DINFOS has got a lot of that training. It's just a matter of making sure that you're trained in that. Those are some of the hours that you're going to invest in, right? Do you have the bandwidth to do that? So those are the conversations that you've got to have with your command and understanding Do you have the time, the bandwidth in your rucksack to be able to do that? And do they understand what they're about to put on your load? Or do they need to put maybe a contractor in your team to do that? Or maybe if they're giving that to you, something coming off your plate. At the end of the day, I highly recommend that the podcast is an effective tool that should be added to your repertoire, because it is a tool that can expand your team's ability to push your message effectively, faster than any other platform. We move at the speed of light, 24/7. And the podcast is an effective tool to allow you to do that, especially for our millennials, right? Especially for our younger generation. It's part of what they do, right? They effectively use these tools so much more so than a lot of our command teams, more than I think that they realize. So why not add something that they already do, right? Meet them where they are already at. Next slide. So questions?
Olivia, real quick one. Someone asked you to repeat. What platforms do you use again for your podcast?
I use Buzzsprout,
Buzzsprout? Okay. You mentioned 2, he said.
Libsyn.
Libsyn.
Hi, I'm Bethany Crouch with DISA Digital Communication. So I have 2 questions. One, which would you say performs better, audio only or audio and video? I listen to strictly audio podcasts. I particularly like fictional. So I'm not one to be on YouTube to watch something like Joe Rogan. But so I wanted to get your opinion on that. And also if you could talk about sustainability. You know, many of us, especially early in our career, will be going from organization to organization, or with military, you'll move on. So what would you say is a good approach to sustaining a podcast once it's created for an organization, especially if it's something that you want to keep consistent?
So audio is very powerful in itself as a podcast. I use the tool of video because video is king when you look at social media in itself. That's why I recommend doing the whole record your screen, to use that as a tool to promote your podcast. And also, people want to see your podcast, if you get what I mean, right? People want to connect with you. And so by recording your podcast, people can see who their host is and who their guest is, and allows them to feel that connection. So I personally feel that if you don't record a portion of that on video, you're missing out on that opportunity. Is it a wrong answer if you don't do that at all? No. I just think that it's a missed opportunity if you don't do that. To answer your second question, it is tough. I know that firsthand. When I left Soldier for Life knew that I left some giant shoes for them to fill. And they had a very hard time in trying to keep that podcast going. Did they eventually get it going? Absolutely, because they knew that it was important, and they finally got the episodes going, but it took them time. So does that mean that the unit may have to take a knee for a while in order to get that podcast going? Yes, that's the realism to that. But I truly believe that shouldn't be the reason for a unit not to do a podcast. And just like in any other job, you don't always get a backfill right away. It just means that maybe a job just doesn't get done for a little bit and then it picks back up. And so I think at the end of the day, it's still an effective tool. And I think not doing it, a command team loses out on the ability to push messages. I think what a command team needs to look at is how often are they doing it? Maybe every single week is not the standard that they're doing it. When I was at Soldier for Life, I was pumping out literally a episode every single week. Now Soldier for Life isn't doing that because they didn't have the ability to do that because they just couldn't do it. And I think they've kind of tampered back a little bit. And I think that's just what a command just needs to do is what is the op tempo that they can handle.
And how far in the planning, how far out do you plan your episodes? Like, say if sustainability is the question, if that's what the commander wants to know, how are we going to keep this going? Do you go, say, 3 months out, a year out, where you've planned and prepared to produce all the way out to even a year? Is that feasible, or do you stick with maybe just a few episodes for a quarter, or what?
I went by quarter. And the reason why I did by quarter is because of the lock-in of the person that you're trying to interview. I think trying to do the standard Army long-range calendar of like trying to lock in, trying to get on a range, that doesn't work because people's calendars are always shifting. So trying to lock in someone you're going to interview a year later, that doesn't work because it's called life, right? Someone that you're going to interview a year from now, cool, you could pencil them in, but who knows what their life is going to be like. So for me, I think what is more realistic is a quarter.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. So starting out trying to understand what a podcast was probably 4 or 5 years ago, I was kind of confused on when does it become a podcast or a video short, like using video? Is it just audio? I know you said you can make it what you want to make it. We're considering doing a short form, 4 to 5 minutes. If you could put constraints to define what a podcast is, where would that start? Where would that end?
So I think a podcast is how you want to define it, right? A podcast in itself is a audio program. It's an audio program that is developed by you to be shared on an audio wave, like an audio program. So Apple, Spotify. There are short programs. There are some audio programs that are 7 minutes long. There are some that are 10 minutes long, and there are some that are an hour and a half long. Podcasts have morphed in its definition from just being audio only to now audio and video. It is how you want to define what a podcast is for your unit in its messaging style, if that makes any sense to you.
It does. It's such a broad term that
It is.
trying to put it in a box is pretty hard these days.
It has changed so much because of the platforms in which we use, right? Many people use Instagram Live as a means to podcast, right? It is in a way in which we can send out the message. In its truest terms, podcast was an audio programming, but it has changed so much because of the ways in which we can share our message on so many of the different platforms. In fact, LinkedIn is also jumping on that bandwagon in how we can share some of that messaging. And there are changes on LinkedIn's platform, right? And those changes are coming right now. I'm aware of some of that because I'm part of its beta testing on some of the things that LinkedIn is going to do. So again, it's just using what's available in those tools, and as a PAO to think outside the box and to use those tools to your advantage to get that message out there. And I think what's really important, and the thing that I really stressed when I was in my last 6 years, is meet your soldiers where they're at. And I think that was one of the hardest things that some of our senior leaders grappled with, is that I felt like a lot of our senior leaders wanted to stay where they were at. They wanted to command and lead and message from the front instead of meeting them where they're at. And I think we saw that problem when we had topics like Black Lives Matter and Stop Asian Hate. And we can't do that anymore. We'll never be able to effectively lead and have those hard conversations with our soldiers and make change and have real conversations about mental health and stopping the stigma and breaking the silence if we don't meet our soldiers where they're at. Because the truth is, the Army, the Navy is not made up of lieutenant colonels. It's made up of E5s and below. And they're not going to look at our senior leaders and want to have a true conversations because the diversity is down there. The conversations are happening down there. And if our leaders aren't willing to have that conversation down there openly, then what are we doing? And that was a conversation that I had time and time again at ACPA. And I think we have to do that with the tools that we have. And I think a great way is let's use these tools for our leaders. Like, hey, sir, man, let's use these tools to benefit you so that our soldiers, our sailors, our airmen, our Marines can see you as a person so that they can truly feel and see you as a person, that you put your pants on like they do. And it's not just lip service. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Sure.
Olivia, I got another one. Are there specific topics or niches that you believe the military can talk about? And I guess more specifically, how would a unit even begin to figure out, all right, what topics do we want to speak on?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just started talking about that, right? Where I'm passionate about diversity, right? Diversity, mental health, sexual assault, sexual harassment. Like, come on, let's get real, right? And a good friend of mine sitting right here, Lieutenant Colonel Patterson. I was always that PAO that forced my leaders, and I got told a lot of times to shut up, because here's the truth. Those conversations happened when I was a lieutenant. And just because I retired last year doesn't mean that those conversations have stopped, right? And those conversations are still happening. That's why I'm an advocate for our military community. It's why I talk about mental health. It's why I'm open about suicide, because I had a brush with suicide, right? I worked with U.S. Army Soldier for Life. I knew all of the tools and the trade and all the resources about mental health, and yet I couldn't find help. And that's crazy, and I'm a PAO. So we as communicators should be leveraging our tools, our ability as communicators, as talkers, the fact that we have the ear of our leaders to tell them to get real, to get very real with their soldiers, their airmen, their sailors, their Marines. That their service members feel them at their level. And it's not lip service. Because that's what I hear, right? Those E5, E4s, E3s, they don't think that their majors or lieutenant colonels or colonels or GOs think that they get them. They think they're up here. And that everything that they say is just lip service. That they don't get them. And so these are tools that they can really have a conversation. When Sergeant Major Grinston talked about the fact that he actually, didn't talk about the fact that he was a minority person, right? That he actually is part black. People didn't know that because he was white passing during the time of Black Lives Matter. The fact that he was vulnerable enough to actually have that conversation made him more effective as a leader. Not because he was Command Sergeant Major of the Army. But who cared about that? Because for the first time, he had a legit conversation about who he was as a person, about a very real topic. That's an example. That's what soldiers want to hear. When you do that, when you have conversations about mental health, when you talk about how you're struggling as a leader and you're saying, I'm taking time out to go and seek mental health, that gives space and breath for others to do the same. And when we say we're going to actually do something about sexual assault, and not just say because, Congress told us to do so, then it allows those that have actually gone through it to believe in the system and to come forward. So I think those are some great topics that commands can talk about, and not just the things that we already do inherently about preparing to go to war and, field training. That you could do those with your eyes closed. Those are things that you put out in op orders. Those are things that you put out in whatever. Think outside the box. Use these as ways to communicate with your unit. Your soldiers are already doing it. And if you as leaders don't know what your soldiers are doing on social media, you are so far behind. Your soldiers are already creating some amazing pieces on social media. I laugh every single day when I watch some of these TikTok videos. And they are so amazingly creative. And because of them, I guarantee you they're helping us drawing people to come into the military service. They're helping to change the narrative on why service is so important. But yet we don't use them because it doesn't fit the mold. It doesn't fit the way in which we think we should be using them. I could go on. If you can't tell, it's a passion area of mine.
Hi. So you can create the best podcast in the world, but if no one knows that it's out there, it doesn't do anyone any good. So can you talk more about how you successfully promoted the podcast that you worked on?
So social media, right? It takes time to build a presence on social media. And it's why, it's important to build your brand on social media. And when you build your brand on social media, and when you start talking about who you are and what you do, and you start pumping it out on social media, then it's not a stretch. But it's also, using your friends, right? It's socializing it. And that's doing kind of, some of the things that I talked about. Reaching out to other podcasts. Hey, can I come on your podcast to talk about what it is that I do? And then you could come on mine. It's reaching out to your fellow, PAOs and saying, hey, can you, on your social media page, can you share about my podcast? It's a lot about doing that. It's some of the very simple tactics of marketing, right? LinkedIn is actually a very powerful, very, very powerful platform. If you do not already have a LinkedIn profile, I highly encourage you to have a LinkedIn profile. Because one day you will go through a thing called Soldier for Life, for transition. And when you're ready, come find me and we'll have a long conversation on how to do that successfully, and I will help you. It is a very powerful tool. And so you've got to develop that. You've got to develop a brand of who you are in your unit so that when you develop your platform and your podcast, it goes hand in hand. And then, do all the standard things that you do as a PAO, right? Put it out in your local paper, put it out, through MWR. All those tactics that you do as a PAO, you would still do for your podcast.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the audience? I don't think I have anything online. All right, awesome. Olivia, thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming by. Very good information. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with our next presentation, Mis and Disinformation.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate appreciate it.
Of course.
They haven't cleared me yet.
Test 1, test 2, test 3. Is this loud enough, or should I talk louder?
How is that?
Hi, good morning.
He's on mic too. Loft too. And we're also doing Hey, go ahead and keep going, please.
Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm very excited to be here and appreciate the invitation by DINFOS to be able to come here, share the stage, and talk about this very important topic.
Two is good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sally sells.
See, that's why you have cue cards.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Bit light on the audience at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's go, folks. Get back to your seats.
Took an early lunch.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back again to DINFOS 2022 Social Media Forum. We're going to get right into mis and disinformation. I'm going to introduce you to Major Joseph Hewitt and Lieutenant Colonel Charles Patterson.
Hi, and good morning. I'm really excited to be here and I appreciate the invitation from DINFOS to be able to come here, share the stage, and talk about this very important topic of mis and disinformation. Before we get started though, a couple of introductions. I'll start with myself. My name is Major Joe Hewitt. I've been in the Army over 24 years. I'm a prior service, former military intelligence professional. I've been trained in all source intelligence, counterintelligence, human intelligence, open source intelligence, and digital network intelligence. All of that led to me becoming and selected as a cyber officer in 2015 as part of the new cyber branch. I'm currently assigned in the J39 Information Operations section of the Joint Force Headquarters Cyber Army Command down at Fort Gordon, Georgia. I hold 2 master's degrees, one in intelligence studies and the other in defense and strategic studies, in which I earned at the Naval War College. Over to you, sir.
Well, Major Hewitt, it's great to see you here today. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Kip Patterson. I am the Director for Public Affairs and Comstrat over at the Defense Information School. We train all the future PAOs and Comstrat professionals in the DoD. We do training with our partners, and I'm responsible for about 11 different courses over there at the school. Some of my students are sitting right here in the audience, and some of you are piping in online, so it's great to do that. Before I came to the Defense Information School, I was the PAO at Army Cyber Command, and before that I worked in NATO. And this concept and this topic of mis and disinformation really hits home, and it hits home to me personally and through my professional career, and it's something that we need to take very, very seriously. And today we're going to talk through mis and disinformation in the information environment, and we thought that the social media forum would be a great avenue to do that. But to do this and to do this well, it is going to be a team effort. It's going to be a collaborative effort. And so we want to model that and show that here. We've been talking for months about this, Major Hewitt and I, and we're excited to be here today. So with that, let's go to the next slide. So today we are going to talk through some of the joint doctrine and some of the publications that are already out there. So if you get asked the question, are we supposed to be countering mis and disinformation? Not only is the answer yes, but here's what it says in the publications. This is what it says in the joint regulations. Okay? We're also going to be mentioning and referencing some of your service-specific doctrine as well. So what we're talking about today comes from that area. Okay, another little disclaimer. We're going to show you here in just a second a few examples of open source disinformation from credible sources to talk through about the seriousness of this. But I know I don't need to tell you that. I know I don't need to tell you that this is serious, because I know that you're in the information fight right now and in this space and noticing things and reacting and countering yourselves. So I know I'm talking to the converted at this point. But the last point I want to make in this disclaimer is that we are talking about a framework, a way of thinking about things, maybe not the way. I've heard some great breakdowns of this very topic from our partners in NATO, from U.S. Army Europe and what they're doing out there, to other elements. I know the 16th Air Force is doing certain things. So this is pockets of the DoD, across the DoD. And then I know we have some audience members here today and online from across other agencies and across the government. And so this is going to be a combined thing that we need to work together on. So that's green. That's what we are going to do. Major Hewitt?
All right. I'm going to talk about the things that we aren't going to cover, right? So we're not going to talk about any document that's still emerging. We know there's pre-decisional publications that are out there. I'm excited for some of them that hopefully will be published in the near future, but we're going to steer clear of those. Next, this is an unclassified forum, so we're going to stay within the classified discussion. We're not going to disclose any trade craft secrets or sources and methods. And lastly, while the slide says we're going to stay in our lanes with regards to functions, what we are going to talk about is how each of those functions should collaborate and help counter mis and disinformation. Next slide, please.
Well, some of you may be interested to see, what exactly are we talking about? So I'm going to give you a couple of examples out there. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. Is this an American post? Are these, is this content coming from here in the United States? Well, we know that it's spread here in the United States, but where is it coming from? That's a good question, right? So in the era of information disorder and in a contested information environment, it's important to ask that question. And so these examples here are going to touch on that, okay? So in English, getting after some divisive topics, okay? But let's build this slide and let's reveal where this comes from, okay? That's where that came from. Let's go to the next slide. All right. Looks like an Instagram account. Looks like something that is sharing about a hot topic. It even is somewhat location-based, right? You can kind of see where this is saying the topic is resonating or that topic would work to message, right? There in Florida. But on further reveal, go ahead and build. That's where that's coming from, okay? So this is the disinformation in the space, okay? We're not just talking about fake profiles of your commanders on Facebook, okay? That's a thing, and I know that you're dealing with that, okay? But we're talking about something that's maybe a little bit more complex than that. Let's go to the next one. Here are two websites. English speaking, looks like news content, looks like it's about, key issues in the information environment, right? Black Matters US or blmnews.com, okay? Looks like something it's here, maybe hosted here, or something that people are sharing from as legitimate websites. Let's build the slide, okay? From the playbook, and this is being copied and used in different forms, okay? Is that surprising? Shouldn't be that surprising. There's been a lot of open discussions about this, and this is why we're here talking about this today. Let's go to the next slide.
All right. I know this chart is a bit of an eyesore for those in the audience. Hopefully those piping in virtually can see it a little better, but just bear with me. I'll walk you through it as we use it as a graphic in the background. So I want to remind everyone, information is one of America's instruments of national power, known as the DIME framework, D for diplomacy, I for information, M for military, and E for economic. And while the DoD is exercised as the military power, overt information has kind of been taken for granted. And it really wasn't until 2016 that we saw a shift in DoD policy, which put information more so at the forefront. Before I go to the timeline on the slide, I'd like to share a couple of key events and things that happened that might have led and served as the impetus for that change in policy. In 2004, Facebook was launched. In 2006, Twitter. 2007, the first iPhone. 2009, WhatsApp. Then you fast forward to 2014. You have the Russian use of disinformation and hybrid warfare and what they called the annexation of Crimea. Fast forward to 2016, you had the Islamic State and when they established the digital caliphate, and we're using explosively social media for recruitment and propaganda purposes. So you put that all into context as we look at some of the strategy. In 2016, DoD released the Strategy for Operations in the Information Environment. In 2018, General Dempsey, then the chairman of Joint's Chief of Staff, understood that information was so critical that he made it a joint function. After that, they updated through information as part of the strategy, the military strategy document. Fast forward to 2018 and the release of the joint concept for operations in the information environment, in which that document replaced the original 2016 concept. Of course, we had to update JP30 for operations to include information as part of that strategy as well. And then what I believe as the most critical in 2019, when it was first published, was the DoD Directive 3115.18, which is the DoD access and use of publicly available information. That was again updated in 2020. Why I think it's so critical for an operator, non-intelligence professional, none of the other documents that were released really gave any authority. They were only concepts. They were only strategies. This document allowed us a better understanding as an operator of what we can and can't do within the information environment. So that's why I think that was so critical. Next slide, please.
Well, now that you've got some of the publications, regulations, and DODIs, which I'm sure you're going to go home and print out and have right there at your desk, right? Let's talk about two myths, okay, that I need your help to debunk. Myth number one, PA and other functions don't work together. Look, we're on stage together, all right? We can work together. In fact, not only can we work together, we should be working together, right? Let's take a look at JP 3 Tac 6.1 in public affairs, where it says that public affairs is not only we consume intelligence. That means intelligence products are useful to us, but we also provide information, and we help the commanders understand the information environment in which they're operating in. This has been part of what we do all along, right? We're advisors to the command about what's going on in the information environment, okay? But we should be doing this in collaboration. We see in DODI 5400 TAC 13 that sometimes PA is the supported element. In other words, we get support from the intel community, okay, on certain kinds of questions. So this is a collaborative thing. Help us debunk that myth. Take a sledgehammer to any walls that you have in your back at home and make sure that you're building relationships and breaking down some of those walls and barriers. And that there's two sides to that, okay, making sure that we do those things collaboratively. So the second myth, next slide, is that we alone can counter mis and disinformation all by ourselves as PA Comstrat, okay? Now, under the DODI 5413 on PA operations, yes, we will do it, of course, okay? We do that in all sorts of ways. We've been doing it for a long time, right? How many of you have ever had to call a reporter back to correct the record, right? That's an aspect of countering misinformation. How many of you have set up a follow-on interview to maybe clarify something that was unclear? Of course, right? Maybe we've pushed out information or created information to counter misinformation, okay? It gets a little bit more complicated in some of the examples I showed earlier, though, about disinformation. And we'll talk a little bit later about authorities and things of that nature. But we need to work together to counter mis and disinformation collaboratively. You'll notice that the Marine Corps, leaning forward, has called information a warfighting function. So the Marine Corps believes that it's every Marine's duty to help with in that information warfighting function, okay? So again, just referencing a few different things here, but we are going to have to counter mis and disinformation together, and we'll talk a little bit about some frameworks about that. So let's go on to the next slide.
Again, I apologize, another chart that may be hard to read, but I'll walk you through it, right? So this is a graphic straight out of JP20, which is the intelligence publication. And I really love it because it provides in the background the operational environment and then the tasks which need to take place for something from data in the environment to become information and then intelligence. I hit earlier on the publication that made it so critical for operators to be able to search and use the access of the PAI, publicly available information. And it's because it's so critical that the intelligence professionals, law enforcement, and others had guiding documents to tell them how to do things, right? So everything from the left of intelligence is information and can be done by operators now. Everything to the right of information is intelligence. It takes that intelligence professional to analyze it, use their various means to check the content and validate it. And in the end, that's what the commander wants. They want to be able to have an information advantage over the adversary and ultimately decision dominance. So those are two terms I'd like to share with you. First being information advantage. It's a term that we use in Army Cyber Command. It's a condition when a force holds the initiative in terms of relevant actor behavior, situational understanding, and decision-making through the use of all military capabilities. And then decision dominance is a desired state in which a commander can sense, understand, decide, and act faster than the adversary. I'll share another framework that we use called the SUDA loop. Some of you in the military may have heard of the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, and act. We use what's called the SUDA loop. Again, sense, understand, decide, act, and assess. So why am I sharing this with you? Why is it important? It's important to understand the nuance between the various terms, because again, as a field grade, I've been taught words have meanings. And those words trace back through legal authorities who can do what and how. Again, to support military operations. So,
All right.
Next slide.
Next slide. Okay, so keeping that framework in mind, we have everything that is to the left there of data and information. We consume data all the time, okay? You're consuming data right now. You're consuming information right now through this. When you open your phone and you scroll through and what you're looking at. When you are operating your home station social media platforms for your organization and somebody writes a comment, you have just essentially consumed data, right? When you've interpreted that, oh, what did they mean? Did they like it? Did they not like the post? You've turned that into information, okay? And you've turned that understanding into, well, we should post more content like that, right? Or we should do less like that, or I need to respond, or I don't need to respond. Well, as I, have kind of outlined here in a framework, there's actually a lot of data out there, initial contact with this information in the information environment that we may not fully understand. And that is a risk, okay? It is a risk to not fully understand it. If we do not understand it, we have, in this very simple graphic, we have the risk of misunderstanding that data, misinterpreting it into information, and therefore not responding appropriately or responding poorly within that. Again, let's go to a good example, right? I've seen a comment on Facebook. I know where it's coming from. I understand what's going on. And all that this audience is really asking for is just a link to the truth or something that I can provide here at my organization. Okay, that is data rightly understood, information rightly understood, and it creates a good response. Awesome. Information misunderstood may be something that, you're in the middle of a comms crisis and you're not exactly sure where everything is coming from, where these rumors are started, where these attacks are coming from, where this is coming from. It may be useful to start asking the questions and coordinating with other information capabilities, because at that point you are in an operation. You're in a situation, okay? PA Comstrat, the information environment, it doesn't stop, okay? And so as you are communicating, as we are communicating within this space, it's really important that we understand the voices and what's going on in those spaces. And if we do not, we run the risk of poorly responding, maybe responding outside of our lane or not responding at all when something should be responded to. Again, I'm keeping this a little bit vague on purpose, but you can see where this ties in both from day-to-day operations or at large scale. So just kind of a concept, it is a contested environment. There's a lot of false narratives going on out there. There's a lot of things going on out there, and we want to first sense and understand before we respond, okay? Let's go to the next slide and kind of draw this out a little bit more. So, why were they 3 buckets? Well, unclear data in the IE, right, needs to be interpreted and understood in order for us to respond appropriately. And in order for that to happen, we may need to rely on other parts of the information capabilities. So, ask the question, who else is in the pseudo loop? Okay? Who else can sense, understand, in order to make a decision, to act, and then to be able to assess? Who else is in my pseudo loop here at my home unit? Another question, are critical commander information requirements developed? Okay? When does something become a crisis? We all have the CCIR typically in our organizations that if it hits the media, the commander probably wants to know. That's a normal CCIR. We're used to those, okay? But what if it's not in the media? But what if it still is a communication issue? What if we're sensing it in the information environment in social media and it hasn't hit big national news yet? It might. It might. So before it ever hits there, how quickly is our pseudo loop? Do we have our CCIRs developed? Do we understand what we're trying to get after in this way? And then finally, are those elements equipped? Okay. So on that note, this concept and these discussions have been held at very high levels. Here you see 2 field grades talking about this. And our speaker before us talked about how conversations are being had at the lowest levels. I am looking at an audience full of practitioners, okay? People that are doing this at the ground level, okay? You are operating in social media, you are helping to be the voice of your command, okay? That's where we're at. Content creators, PAO, Comstrat, advisors, we're in the fight, okay? So, down at our level, we gotta start working together and start countering mis and disinformation and get some reps in at the gym on this, okay? And so this is the level at which we want to talk about this and work through it. So what are we trying to give the commander? Truth. Truth to be able to respond appropriately. So one framework to think about is as we are thinking through what is this information that I'm looking at, is it harmful? Is it not harmful? Is it what kind of a problem am I dealing with as I'm looking at this information in the information environment? One way to think of it is inaccuracies or jokes, right? Who has an account, who's watched Duffel Blog or any of those kinds of things, right? So sometimes things are very clearly like, hey, this is funny or this is a parody or something like that, okay? Inaccuracies, we already talked about correcting the record. We know how to do that, okay? That's maybe in that cell. There is a Venn diagram, however, where pranks and jokes start to overlap into harmful activity. Harmful activity that affects our units, our commands, our people, our family members, and we need to start taking that seriously if we're not already. When does that line cross over into criminal activity? And are we getting at the truth of that? And I know we have some law enforcement on who are watching and are participating in our audience today, okay? When does this thing go to CID? When does this go to crime, okay? Or could it be? And then the third aspect, when is this a deliberate attack on the cognitive aspects of the DoD, our people, our nation, et cetera. And that's a whole other conversation. But the point is that to get after the truth of this unclear data and information in the information space, we're going to have to work together to get truth and start to define these things and work together so that proper responses to it can be done in time, at the right place, under the right authorities, and within the right permissions. So with that, I'm going to hand it over back to Major Hewitt, my IC counterpart here.
Thank you, sir. So you never know where you're going to end up in the fleet or the field. So we don't want to tell you you can rely on certain resources. So we just want to give you a framework, some things to think about if you're presented a problem. So I would recommend first you think through that pseudo loop that I mentioned. Determine who else might have equities in that problem set. Next, you would want to consider who else has the authority. We kind of mentioned the various authorities, right? As an example, intelligence teams are out in the operational, they're operating in the intelligence information environment, trying to understand and baseline what's going on in order to answer PIRs for the commander. Next, you might ask yourself, who has the mission? And this is a critical point. Just because you have the authority to do something doesn't always mean you have the mission. An example there is our information operations personnel are operating and understanding within the information environment, and they might be able to help you with your problem set. This one may seem obvious, but it's just a reminder. Don't try to look at everything. That's clearly going to be too overwhelming. So try to filter it, neck it down to what's affecting you within your area of operations. And then lastly, what is the impact? What is the risk to the force? What is the risk to that mission? Or what is the risk to brand? Once you kind of work through those different filters, that'll help you determine where do you go next to get that help. You could go to the intel folks, you could go to the operations folks, or you might go external and deliver something to the FBI or Department of Homeland Security. One key thing that I want to highlight, though, is that the golden hour, whether truth or disinformation prevails within the information environment, is dependent largely on one key factor, and that's speed. And of course, as a field grade, I would be remiss if I didn't mention a military strategist. So incorporating Sun Tzu, in order to understand, you must know yourself, your enemies, as well as your area of operations. Next slide. All right. Lots of words on a slide, so I'll let you read that while I kind of recap some of the things that we've talked about. The various publications that were updated since 2016 in order to tackle the challenges with just information. Here, what you're seeing on the screen and reading is direct from our Commander-in-Chief. He's charging us as defenders of the Constitution. He doesn't point out any function, public affairs, cyber, intel. It's all of us to defeat the lies. And I'd like to remind you what Clint Watts, who's well known in the influence and information operations domain, put so well. He's a senior fellow at the Center for Cyber and Homeland Security. And here's what he said: that people believe what they see and hear first. People believe and see what they see and hear often. And then people believe that which has no rebuttal. And I understand, I'm not a professional in the Comstrat or PA field, but I understand that's where you come in. That's where you're charged. In speaking the truth and sharing the nation's strategic narratives and creating the echo chambers of good information, which is grounded in rigorous academic research and investigative interviews. And finally, do what we're doing here today. Break out of your tribes. Don't wait for an invitation to be at the seat of the table with the commander. Go talk to the intelligence professionals. Go talk to the operations folks. Go understand what's happening so that you can help each other out. This is absolutely a complex, multi-domain environment, and we need all hands on deck. Thank you.
All right. Well, at this point, we'll open it up for some questions. and looking forward to that.
So for misinformation and disinformation to take hold, you need a receptive audience. So how does the work take place today, or how can we do our jobs better when the audience is so receptive to the messages they're receiving from bad actors?
Yes, so the reception of that and what we're doing. There is a term called inoculation, and that term kind of works with understanding. So we need to make sure that people know how to look at information that they are receiving. For example, I know the Marine Corps has started to talk through, and it's actually going out and looking at their ComStrat professionals as being the people to help teach media literacy to the Marine Corps. Okay. Other services are also looking at that, and I know that across the DoD, there is that we're looking at that. So. It's really important to know what you're looking at, and probably have been told before, like probably read the thing before you share it, right? So there's that thing, right? That's just one step. But educating our people, not only doing training with like media training to make sure that they can go out and conduct an interview. That's only one part of the job as a PA ComStrat professional, right? How are we also helping them understand what it is they're looking at and reading as well? So that's one way that we can, again, add value at the local level within that. So I think awareness, again, one of the reasons we're standing up here today and talking about this, I think awareness is key. Some basic media literacy is a way. And then just know that, here at the Defense Information School, a lot of your PA ComStrat professionals that are coming through our qualification course, they're getting taught about information disorder, this whole topic of information mis and dis and malinformation and what some of those definitions are. And they are involved during their exercise portion to work in an information operations working group and understand what things that they're supposed to take to those meetings and come away with from those meetings. So that may be they may surprise some folks, okay? If they've come through the Defense Information School, 10 years ago or so, you weren't part of an information operations working group and understanding your role in that, but now you do. So I hope that answers your question. Just a couple of ways to look at that.
Thank you.
So I'd like to piggyback, if I could, just as a recommendation too, talking with one of my colleagues in one of the breaks, that it's important to pair up, as a PA professional, pair up with an information operation specialist, right? And continue to do what Colonel Patterson recommended, right, is continue to inoculate, continue to teach. You can't do it enough. You have to ensure, partnered with that information operations professional who can tell you about the influence operations that our adversary is absolutely doing in order to sow discord. That's their purpose, right? So they are doing what we talked about, using the information environment against us, because we are an open nation, right? So absolutely recommend pairing up and just sharing that message. Of course, get it cleared by your ethics and lawyers, right? But train the force, train the force, train the force.
Thank you.
Hi. So my question goes back to the case studies that you showed at the top of your presentation. So because we've seen the ability to attribute some of the misinformation and disinformation efforts on social media, I was just wondering if there is any kind of central repository for the defense community and or a shared one with the intelligence community where if there are social media memes that experts have noted are recurring and are part of an orchestrated effort, that members of these communities can refer to the library and kind of know if we're dealing with legitimate people with grievances or trolls or bots. And if it doesn't exist, has there been any thought to creating a tool like that?
Do you know of any repositories?
I would imagine it would be petabytes of information if we tried to store all of the memes that have had mis or disinformation. I would just reference Department of State. There's the Global Engagement Center. They are charged with countering mis and dis as a foreign aspect of it. They've got some great resources. The cybersecurity website also, they've got to do a new mis, dis, and malign team that they put together that's supporting countering election security challenges there. Lots of tools and resources there, but unfortunately, I don't know of one that collects all of the current, ongoing misinformation, disinformation.
Yeah, and there's private companies out there that have also released information and pointed to things as well. But that's a great question, and I don't know of a DoD resource quite like that. That's a good question.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the studio audience?
You have a question?
No?
Morning, gentlemen. Just a question for you, sir, especially. What lessons in research can we as public affairs professionals learn from the intelligence community?
That's a great question. I will tell you, it's not easy. Nobody gave me a handbook to everything I presented here. That's all through my experience in the various jobs that I've held over the last few years. No one's going to do it for you. I hope with the forthcoming doctrine that we didn't talk about does provide some guidance and some guide rails for us in the future. But it's going to take, again, this collaborative effort. That's why we're really highlighting it, that you've got to work together. You've got to open the books, the manuals, the pubs, the doctrine, and really trace back, what can I do, how can I do it, and who can help me. That's really the lesson learned that I could give you. Is it's not easy, you know that, but that's the lesson I can give you is hard work and working together. Don't be afraid to reach out to your peers in other organizations.
We teach, so we talked about the pseudo loop, we talked about the OODA loop. If you're an old artilleryman like me, then you know about D3 alpha and detect and that loop. And then if you have a communications background or you have a degree in communications, you know about RPI, right? So research, plan, implement, evaluate. Okay? So it's the same, look, it's the same thing, right? But this ability to research is really, really key for us in the PA Comstrat community, okay? So a lot of that, and when you talk about research, especially at the collegiate level, the big thing is what's your first question? What are you trying to answer, right? And so having really good, clear questions up front, and some of those things need to be, what am I looking at? Where is this coming from? And then who else can help to help define this? Because commanders do care, okay? They do. So I'll leave it at that.
I will piggyback off of that, sir, and just to help answer some of the question that was asked. It was a great question. Something that I've told folks, it's always easy to remember the ABCs, right? So ABCD. A, analyze the information. What is it that information is trying to get you to do? Is it trying to get you upset, react? What's its purpose? B is for biases. Everyone has them. Be cognizant of your own, because that's what the adversary does. They play on your biases in order to spread their narrative, get you to buy into what they're selling, right? C, check the content, the source, right? Is it a duffel blog, as we mentioned earlier? Is it satire, or is it a legitimate source? Some of those websites we showed, you may think, or maybe your friends or family may think something looks legitimate because it says the real news now, or Veterans Today, or whatever it is, right? But there's a way to go back and check, what is the actual source? And then D, data literacy. I'm not saying you have to be a data scientist, right? I'm in the cyber field. I am clearly not a data scientist. But you can look at the statistics that are being presented. Just kind of peel back that onion a little bit and understand that every statistic is used for a narrative. So just try to understand and see if you can look at the whole picture and not just what they're presenting.
One of the things that we've struggled with, I'm at the National Defense University,
Yes.
is the speed at which something moves from a tweet to kind of the fringe to suddenly it's a news story, and suddenly, for example, the Secretary of Defense is getting questioned on it.
Right.
How do we move to tighten up our response to get ahead of the narrative when things are moving so fast? I guess, how do we get it up to that senior leader level where they can act on it and counter it as quickly as possible?
That's a great question, and again, that's a great question that so many have asked, and that's why we're here today. We talked a little bit about the golden hour, that speed aspect of it. Years ago, when the main threat to our force being deployed was IEDs, right, improvised explosive devices. Does everybody remember if you were deploying to theater, you had to do counter IED training? So years ago, I deployed with a medical unit, and even my dentist had to do counter IED training. That's how serious we took counter IED. A collaborative effort, obviously, from everything from trying to find new materials to withstand blasts to medical advancements to all sorts of things going to that event. We need to take this just as seriously. And to do that, we could look at a model in which everybody is a sensor, right? And knows how to get that information back through to good channels, okay? Let people know what's going on, what you're hearing, what you're doing. And then maybe that is one mechanism by which, at a minimum, you as a PAO aren't the only thing scanning your information environment, right? And then that might help with that process. That's one way to do it.
Thanks.
Okay? So this is a complex problem with very complex, there will be complex solutions.
I'd try to piggyback on that as well, that just as a reminder, we kind of talked about it, just want to keep driving it home, to partner with your intelligence and information operations professionals. They are keeping the pulse on those narratives. So to try to get left of click is working with them to understand what would be that next thing, right? Because they're already thinking about it, absolutely. That's be my recommendation. Stay tied in with them.
Absolutely. Some of our allies and partners are on this too. I don't know if you ever go to the Strategic Communications Center of Excellence, which is in Riga, Latvia, and they have a lot of information that they produce and put out, out on the web about narratives and things that are going on in those spaces too. So we have partners and allies in this as well. So again, I know you just see two Army officers up here. Between the two of us, we have a lot of joint and combined time throughout our careers, and I learned a lot working out with in Latvia years ago. So there's a lot of other things going on out there, private partners, DHS, others that we can utilize and understand.
Gentlemen, another question from NDU. So how does the DoD view the role responsibility of its higher education institutions in the information environment, considering that we must accommodate for both academic freedom and cybersecurity and InfoSec? Is that something you can address?
Yeah. Can you repeat that one more time? Just nice and loud.
How does the DoD view the role responsibility of its higher education institutions in the information environment?
Right. So, when I first came to the Defense Information School, I came as an instructor and then just last year became the director. And you know, I clearly recognize that my limited role is to just make sure that those students graduate well with the skills that they've got. But of course, burning in the back of my brain is, where was that training when I went to the Command General Staff College? Or where is that in other forms of education across what we call PME, or professional military education, right? Why can't we teach digital media literacy at basic training when new recruits come in? Okay, and so I do think that the larger DoD educational apparatus is looking at this from the highest levels, you know, your war colleges, your advanced education, all the way down to your basic training, cadet command, things like that. I do believe that we're looking at this. I don't want to speak outside my lane on this, but that's, you know, it's going to take all of us to get after this. So they're taking it seriously. I know that this topic is coming up in a lot of different ways. It's a nice vague way of saying that. But how about from cybersecurity, intel, anything that you're seeing out there?
Yes, sir. I want to highlight that these are discussions and topics within our PME, our professional military education, at each level, at the junior grade, mid-grade, and higher. Another thing that's also being done in regards to the operations in the information environment is being taught to newly promoted colonels that are going to be taking command and or generals. They do come through Army Cyber Command, in which they get a briefing on a lot of the stuff that's at the classified level to help them before they take command. So I know it's being done.
Good question.
And we didn't talk about it, but again, the emerging doctrine is forthcoming, which will be taught at PME.
Any other questions from our studio audience? All right, well, gentlemen, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for joining us here at DINFOS Live. DINFOS Live.
DINFOS, this has been great. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, guys, we're going to take a little break here, and we'll be back this afternoon for more sessions.
Welcome to Pavilion.
Caught on a cell phone, video from what bystanders say was an amazing rescue from a fiery crash. This man, later identified as an Army staff sergeant, is seen here carrying the crash victim away from her wrecked car just moments before it burst into flames.
Okay, Ruiz, press release, Jones, portrait. Miss Miller will have you take the brief card and case study. Minto, social media. Gramley, the article for publication, and I've got the press conference. Are there any questions? No, ma'am. All right, let's make it happen.
Pavilion supplies teams with public affairs and visual information resources on demand 24/7. Whether you're brand new to the field or a seasoned professional, access tools to help jumpstart every mission.
Okay, guys, ready?
A trusted source for policy, templates, articles, all aligned to DoD standards.
Here's the fact sheet for the press release.
Thanks, I'll take care of it.
Reference videos, checklists, case studies, and more to help full-time and collateral duty professionals no matter where you are.
Welcome to Press Release 101. In this video, we'll be going over the basics of a press release, as well as walking you through how to write it.
Hey, thanks for the brief card. Yep, I'll get the press conference together tonight. Okay, great. Thanks. Chat soon.
Welcome to Pavilion Audio. This episode is on press conferences. We'll be covering the basics of a press conference, some do's.
Recently in the news, bystanders witnessed a heroic rescue by an Army staff sergeant pulling a woman from a burning car. We are pleased to
Bridge knowledge gaps to stay current and engaged with industry standards.
Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Dillon is stationed here at Joint Base Carpenter. Major General Henderson, Commander, Joint Base Carpenter, will present
Share knowledge gained and inspire others.
At this time, I'm happy to take any of your questions. Ma'am?
Pavilion, we've got you covered.
Direct from Fort Meade, Maryland, this is DINFOS Live.
Welcome back to another episode of DINFOS Live. I'm Major David J. Murphy, an instructor here at the Defense Information School. And on this month's episode, we're talking all about the upcoming DINFOS Social Media Forum and closing the loop on the RPI process by talking about implementation. Because we have such a packed agenda, let's get right on with the show. I'd like to welcome our first returning guest, the DINFOS Social Media Training Office Program Manager, Mr. Kwande Hall.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, not much. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Great, great. Have a seat. Thanks, Kwande, for joining us. Of course, this is not your first time here on the program. You were actually with us on our very first episode of DINFOS Live, where you were talking about social media. And now we have you back on the program, and you're talking about social media again.
Imagine that.
Now, before we get into what you're going to talk about here today, which is, of course, the Social Media Forum, I want to let everyone, of course, know that they can have their questions be answered by our social media monitor, Sergeant Ben Witten. How you doing, Sergeant Witten?
I'm doing great, sir. Very happy to be here and ready to take those questions.
All right, well, welcome back. Glad to have you back. Again, if you have any questions for our panelists, don't hesitate to ask about them in the comments section, and we might just ask your question on the air. Okay, let's talk about the Social Media Forum, shall we?
Sure.
Well, first and foremost, what is it?
Okay. Well, DINFOS has a responsibility to train the fleet and field. So it's our opportunity to bring together communication strategists from the DoD, from academia, from across industry to discuss social media strategy development and how we can, better use or utilize these platforms that we're trying to use.
Great, great. Well, when is this event happening?
So September 14th and 15th. It'll be recorded live, or recorded and broadcast live right here at DMA. Those 2 days, this is, of course, is the third year, but this is our first year that we're going back live. We were supposed to do the first year live, but of course something happened and kind of postponed this event. But here we go, first time live. We're pretty excited for it.
That's great. So it's taking place here, so if people are able to attend in person?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're actually already filled up, which is pretty awesome. But we've got a lot of people coming from different agencies, not only within the DoD, but the FBI is coming, some representatives from Army Band, just to name a few. So it'll be a good collection, and should be a good event.
Great, great. What are some topics related to the world of social media that you'll be discussing, or that your guests will be discussing over those 2 day period?
Sure, sure. Just like previous years, we'll be discussing policies and procedures, social media strategy and development, engagement strategies, content creation, things like that. And of course, with it being live, we'll have a lot of interaction. People will be able to ask questions about those things and how they're implementing social strategies into their own units.
That's great. Will there be opportunities to network with guests?
Yeah, it's great that we're actually in person, because with a lot of our peers here together, we'll be able to connect with one another, talk with one another during the breaks and during the sessions. So it'll be a great time. 2 full days. Excited to have everybody come out. Yeah.
Right. And as you mentioned, obviously in-person registrations are closed, but people can still watch it online. So can you tell me how people can participate and watch the show online?
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll be live streaming onto the DINFOS Facebook page, DINFOS website. But we'll also be recording the sessions, and we'll have them posted on the DINFOS Facebook page, DINFOS Social Media Forum group page. We'll post them to YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. So you'll have an opportunity to actually communicate with us, not necessarily during the sessions, but if they're looking at the agenda right now, they have some questions for somebody, they can either email myself at socialmedia@dinfos.edu, or they can send in questions, during the sessions as well. We'll try to get those answered.
That's great. And so glad that you're able to actually do it in person. Hopefully that'll be the case for all future social media forums, which I'm sure there'll be many, many more in the future.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye to you?
No, I'm looking forward to having everybody, hosting everybody here in the studio. Looking forward to seeing everybody September 14th and 15th right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for your time, Mr. Hall.
Hey, thanks, bro.
As he said, the social media forum will be taking place right here at the Defense Media Agency on September 14th and 15th. And like I said, while all in-person slots are filled, you can still participate virtually by going to the link that you see below here on the screen, which will also be in the notes for this episode. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Hey, thank you, bro.
Now, I'd like to welcome our other returning guests for this week's program, DINFOS instructors, Army Major Judy Marlowe and Marine Corps Captain David Morris. Hey, great to see you.
Hey, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you again. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. Now, of course, we're talking about implementation today, and we've talked and had you both on the program to talk about different aspects of the RPI process. Major Marlowe, you specifically talked about planning, and Captain Morris, you talked about evaluation. Of course, we had Lieutenant Jack Georges on the program, who wasn't able to make it today, but he discussed research. So if any of those topics interest you, if you'd like to watch those episodes, you can find those on our YouTube, Facebook, and Divots Hub channels. Now, before we get into the process of implementation, let's quickly recap your all's experience within the military and the public affairs career field. So why don't we start with you, Major Marlowe?
Yes, so I am Major Judy Marlowe. I have served in the Army for a little over 14 years now, and I have served as a public affairs officer for 10 years. I have been an instructor at the Public Affairs and Communication Strategy qualification course for the past 2 years.
Sir, Captain Dave Morris. I've been in the Marine Corps a little over 6 years. I was public affairs originally, and then we switched over to communication strategy and operations, also called ComStrat. Been doing that the entire time, and before this, did a couple great stints around different commands of the Marine Corps, and I'm also an instructor at Defense Information School in that public affairs and communication strategy qualification course.
Nice, nice. Well, again, glad to have you both on and glad to hear about your expertise. Now, I've mentioned the term RPI a few times, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, it is not a specific pie that you can bake at home. It is a pie that we utilize in the communication strategy and public affairs field. So can you give me a quick idea and describe what RPI is?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So the best way I can describe RPI, which again is that research, planning, implementation, and evaluation process, is this is how we plan and execute communication processes in and outside of the DoD in order to accomplish some type of communication end state. It's how we identify problems and opportunities, plan to address them, implement that, and then determine if we were successful or not.
That's great. That's great. And of course, we're talking about implementation. That's why we have you both on. So can you describe for me implementation in your own words?
Implementation is taking that strategic plan. You did all of this work, the research, the planning, now you're taking it and putting it on paper. You're describing the 5 W's of a tactic. It's not just as simple as a social media post. You're actually explaining all the details surrounding that social media post.
That's great. That's great. So what I'd like to know now that we've kind of established what implementation is can you talk to me a little bit about some of the best practices you've seen from implementation plans and also some of the pitfalls that public affairs and ComStrat professionals typically fall into when they're trying to actually develop an implementation strategy?
So some best practices you have to start with the mission. You have to understand your organization, know the mission, know the commander's lines of effort, and understand the vision that your commander has. That is going to be your center of gravity. Without that, you'll be kind of lost while you're researching and planning because we all know that we're bound by time and resources. So if you understand the mission, if you understand what is going to move the needle to accomplish that mission, then you'll be very successful once you get to your implementation section.
And as far as pitfalls, sir, what I would really say when it comes to developing that implementation plan is it goes back to the entire process. So implementation is one part of the RPI process, and it starts with research. And the biggest pitfall that we generally see is when people don't use the research that they found to actually inform their implementation efforts. So you find out during research that, hey, look, this key public that I want to speak to likes to receive information in person, direct, face-to-face, but then people will build a communication plan or an implementation plan that speaks to them using social media strategy. That doesn't align with what your research actually told you. So you're almost kind of setting yourself up for failure, or you're not really doing yourself any favors. So you do that research in the beginning to help inform what you put into your actual implementation plan. So use what you have actually learned. That's the purpose of it.
Now, you talked about obviously all the parts and pieces that go into an implementation plan. Is there ever an instance where perhaps you can have too much detail?
Well, so, I like to tell people you can plan out as much as you want, but you can't control everything, sir. So you could say, hey, this is the exact script that we're going to use. This is the exact type of person we're going to put in this interview. This is the exact length. This is the time that we're going to do this. And that's all great. That's great that you're considering it. But there's always going to be stuff that pops up, right? Maybe someone's got an emergency leave situation, or maybe you find out someone doesn't really have the experience that you want, or they don't exactly understand your intent. So you can put as much detail in you want, but you have to leave that wiggle room so that you can adjust if something doesn't go exactly to the in-depth, specific, detailed plan that you created.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're working on developing these plans, are there any tools or processes or websites or anything that can help us develop or implement the actual plan itself?
You should absolutely have a calendar, maybe a Gantt chart. These are resources or templates that are available on Pavilion. And those are very important to use. And one thing that I want to state is, and we have to exercise this as communicators, we should understand how our people receive information. So we shouldn't just pick something, a tool, a platform, and say, you will use this. We should talk to our people and say, what is the best way that you receive information so that we're all lockstep when we're executing this plan, we're all on the same page. So if there's a quick change, they know exactly where to go to make sure that they are executing the current plan.
And while these tools really help you, like that Gantt chart or that calendar, while they can visually or in any other means depict the information that you're trying to get across, it also serves another purpose, and that's in that it lays out your entire implementation so that if you can't implement for whatever means, or you have to give it to someone else, or maybe your team is in all different areas, then it makes it very clear and easy to understand. So you can give that implementation plan to somebody else, and then they can execute it, and it doesn't all rely on you, because maybe you're that person that has that emergency leave situation, or you have priorities elsewhere. So it's important that somebody else is able to pick up those efforts with hopefully as little hindrance as possible to the actual execution.
And what I think is also good to keep in mind as well when talking about tools, right, is to know that to not get wrapped up in this new program or this new website, or putting everything into a Gantt chart, or feeling like you have to do that. Right? You just need to write down what it is. You need to put it down on paper and have it somewhere where someone can access it and understand. Because that's another thing that we talk about too, is maybe you keep the whole implementation plan in your head, right? No, it has to be something that's written down and executable by somebody else. Can you talk to me a little bit about your personal experience, either developing implementation plans or implementing them yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So I had a pretty good example just that shows the importance of building wiggle room into your implementation plan. So I researched, planned, and executed a communication plan in the Indo-PACOM area of responsibility a few years back. And so what I wound up doing was sending Marines to 3 different countries. So I sent 3 Marines to 3 different countries. They embedded with our own organic units and our partner nations. And I built this great plan, right? We talked about detail earlier and building a lot of detail. I built this great plan. I gave the Marines good intent, and what I didn't think about was one thing that you wouldn't necessarily think to actually consider: weather, right? So we were there during the rainy season, so it was pouring rain the entire time. Well, while my Marines were accomplishing my intent of going out there, they were getting all this great information, they were feeding the tactics that I was going to build in my implementation plan, what I didn't consider was, oh, you can't use a computer when it's pouring rain outside, or internet access. How does that weather affect the actual internet access with getting those large quantities of data back to the ship for me to conduct the rest of my implementation? And so I really learned there that it's important to be able to adjust and have a backup plan for that type of stuff. Think about it through your head, walk through it in your head. Hey, here's what here's what could possibly go wrong, and here's how it could possibly fix it, almost like a contingency plan.
Yeah, when I was a brigade public affairs officer in Germany, I was one of 2 people in my shop, and we had to support 5,000 soldiers all over Europe. And we were convoying from Germany to Poland. And while I was developing the plan, I created some briefing cards for the soldiers, and I prepped some soldiers. But I know that I'm only one of 2, and it's impossible for me to be everywhere at once. And I'm thankful that I did that, and I prepped soldiers, and they at least had that card if I wasn't available, because while we were convoying, we would have to stop for gas or other issues, and media would just swarm our strikers. So I was trying to run up and catch all of the interviews and all of the reporters' name and do my PAO duties. However, if they didn't have those cards, if they didn't know the messages and talking points and had that, if I didn't think about that in advance, we probably would have had some issues in those engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. I know when I was actually the chief of public affairs at Keesler Air Force Base, we needed to let people know about this new app that we had developed. So we actually utilized an implementation plan that actually took advantage of almost every single possible tactic you can consider when trying to let people know about something, because we wanted to reach the widest amount of people possible. We had TV advertising campaign, we had print, we had stand-ins at the base mall, we had even engagements with the media, the local media. So it was a pretty awesome thing, not only to develop and execute and then see the effects of that, right? The evaluation, right? Was it actually working? And it was, and that was really awesome to see that. So, obviously we're public affairs, commstrat professionals, right? We're on our high tower, whatnot, from the leadership position. But of course, it's really critical that we let our troops know and understand why this implementation plan matters. So how do you convey that importance to the troop on the ground actually executing the plan?
I think it's really a large part of your actual plan, right? So before, when you send your troops out into the field or to actually get a lot of the information that feeds your tactics, you have to focus on the purpose. You have to focus on the why. And here's the thing, and it kind of goes back to our previous question. You can build a very detailed plan. Things aren't always going to go according to plan. So by giving them that purpose or that reason why or that intent, you're then decentralizing their execution. So then they're able to say, okay, I know that my boss wants this type of thing, or here is what he or she is trying to actually accomplish. Here's the bigger plan. So what can I do out here that wasn't necessarily tasked to me, but could help him or her actually achieve that plan? So focusing on the why or the purpose before you send those Marines, airmen, sailors, soldiers out there into the field or on an exercise will really help to make your life a lot easier when you're actually implementing it and building those products to put out into the information environment.
We need to make sure that it's a two-way conversation and we're not just giving them orders. While I agree 100% with Captain Morris, giving them purpose, but also getting their ideas as well and having that conversation, allowing them to have input, because they're the ones who are going to be on the ground actually implementing most times. So it's important that they understand that they have some autonomy, some freedom to be creative in that implementation.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier with regard to detail, right? It's good to have some detail, enough to execute, but you don't want to necessarily lock yourselves in. You want to, again, give that wiggle room, because who knows, that member you might be tasking to do the job might have their own ideas and can potentially improve the implementation plan or see it from a perspective you didn't even consider. So great. Of course, we talked about commander's intent earlier, so I really want to dig into that. Tell me, why is it so important to integrate commander's intent and priorities into an implementation plan? What can go wrong if we don't?
Well, one, we're just wasting our efforts, right? Which, who has time or resources to do that? We only have so many hours in a day, so many people on our staff. And if you were like me with 1 or 2 people, if you don't know your commander's intent, you don't have that mission, then you're going to be lost and you're going to be doing all these things, following the next trend and not allowing the research to properly guide you, which is going to guarantee mission success.
You're a member of the staff, and a lot of times you're not going to have all of the resources that you need to actually implement your plan. Maybe you need just even bodies to help set up for a press conference. Maybe you need someone that has the expertise in a different subject area to work with you. And so if you're part of the staff and you need other people to help you out, that might not necessarily be their priority. But working underneath that commander's end state, their lines of effort, what that does is it provides justification for your efforts. So it allows you to go to someone and say, hey, look, here's why I'm doing the communication plan, right? This is getting toward our commander's line of effort of this, or their end state for this. And that helps to generate some staff buy-in to help you implement your plan.
Absolutely, absolutely, great. Well, what I want to ask you now is basically, we talked about the staff, right? So talk to me a little bit more about how other members of the staff, other information-related capabilities within your command can actually help you execute and be built into your implementation plan.
Well, so what I tell everyone, all my students, is that your operations section, your operations officer should be aware of everything that you're doing. And it kind of goes back to what we were just speaking about, where you're not going to have everything that you have a lot of the time, right? Maybe you're that shop of two. Maybe you're a shop of one. Who knows? So you might not necessarily have those resources. So by incorporating that operations officer or that operations section, you're then working with the tasking authority for your command, right? So, hey, look, we need people to do this. We need the command to support this. So if the operations officer, who's supposed to be tracking everything that's going on around the command, if they're aware of what you're doing and the purpose why, and you're keeping them abreast of the situation, then they can help you out in getting other staff members to really support you.
And I love to say we are the SME at finding the SME. So sometimes we think that we have to be the spokesperson all the time and we have to be the ones, but if it's the chaplain or other influential leaders in your organization, use them. Because if a message is going to sound more authentic coming from an NCO who is down at the level of the troops rather than just the PAO officer from my desk, then use that. And also be mindful of external resources that you have, such as maybe a mobile public affairs detachment or a public affairs detachment. You can absolutely use those other IRCs that maybe are not even assigned to your organization, as long as you have a plan. I've never had a leader turn me down if I said, sir, ma'am, I need 20 people, only have 2. Here is how I'm going to use them. Can I please request these resources?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you mentioned the chaplain. That's really critically important, especially if you're trying to do anything that relates to like a community engagement strategy, right? It's a little tough to build a community engagement strategy that is just encompassing the public affairs commstrat officer going out into the community, right? There's so many great resources, tools, members, people that we can tap into to can help enhance those strategies. I'm hearing, though, that we have a question from social media. So let me throw it over to Sergeant Witten. What do you got for us?
We have a question from Preston. He is asking if there's ever a point during the implementation process where you might have to take a step back and go back to a previous step.
Oh, okay.
So thank you for the question, and I would say yes, absolutely, right? That's something that could definitely come up. So this is where it's important to really always be scanning the environment and to constantly be, if you listen to my evaluation aspect of this, evaluation is continuous. It's something you're doing all the time. So we teach students course correction. So by constantly evaluating your plan while you're implementing it, at certain points, you set up those points to look at what you're actually doing. And you might say, ooh, I'm not actually achieving what I want to achieve, or I'm not where I want to be at. Let me go back a couple steps, reevaluate what I'm doing. Maybe I have to do a couple more tactics. Maybe I have to switch things up. Let me see what's going on. So yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and it's something you should always be looking at while you implement.
Yeah, and we definitely recommend that in your implementation plan, when you're creating that calendar or however you're sharing that information, that you're putting on the calendar, we will evaluate and what that actually looks like. What are you using? What are the analytics? How are you sourcing this data to use that to see if maybe you do need to course correct or you just continue mission?
Absolutely, and I think one of the ways that we do that is through environmental scanning, right? So it's not just a simple set and forget when we develop an implementation plan. We're constantly looking at it. So talk to me about why that's so critically important. You kind of touched on it, but just go into a little bit more detail.
Well, so you fight for resources, and you're implementing, and you're putting all your time and effort and possibly a lot of money into something. Well, what if you're not meeting the mark, right? What if you're not being successful? If you don't constantly monitor the information environment, you might only discover that you're not successful at the end of your plan, and now it's too late. Maybe you hit that deadline and you can't go back. But If you're monitoring and you see something's wrong a little earlier on, you still have time to adjust and hopefully meet your objectives or your end state.
And the world doesn't stop just because we're implementing our perfect plan, right? There are other things that are happening in the environment. So if we're not constantly environmentally scanning, we risk that something is happening and maybe a potential crisis or other issue for our organization because we're so focused on our plan. So it's crucial to make sure that you're continuously doing that even when you're implementing.
So if we discover that our plan isn't working, right, is there an appropriate time that we should take, that we can actually change it? Is there a time we should consider to change it? Or when should we change it?
So you don't want to change it too early, right? You know, if you're launching an entire social media campaign over a 12-month period and you're one tweet into it or you're one Facebook post into it and you're like, oh man, like this isn't really working, I think it's a little too early. What I would recommend is either work in halves or in quarters, right? So if you have a year-long plan, maybe halfway through you look to see where you're at, or you know, every 3 months, so about 25%, 50%, 75% of the way through. That gives you manageable blocks to where you're not changing too early, but you're ultimately making that call where you can still make the adjustment in time.
And it's important to look at those tactics. So if you're looking at 2 tweets and one has a lot of traction, maybe one doesn't, did you include an image? Is it something else that maybe boosted that engagement? Did someone share it who's very influential? So there are other factors that you want to look into before you completely scratch your plan.
And when changing it, I mean, it's probably, you're not just completely scrapping. Sometimes it's adjusting,
Yeah.
sometimes it's
Absolutely.
full on scrapping, right?
Yeah, it kind of is what Major Marlowe is saying. Maybe you're finding out that you don't need to change the entire plan, but maybe from now on you say, wow, okay, you know, these posts with pictures really work, so we're just going to include pictures in the rest of them, or this amount of hashtags, or posting at this time of the day. That all could potentially make a difference.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, let's go back to Sergeant Whitney's got another question from the world of social media for
Let's
us.
go.
Indeed we do. We have a question from Amanda. She is asking, the phrase environmental scanning gets used occasionally, but what are some of the practical steps of that step?
Okay. What goes into environmental scanning?
So an environmental scanning can really be whatever you deem it to be, right? It can be, what I generally tell people is take a look at what your situation looks like around you. And when I say scan the environment is your office, family, friends, the digital information environment, social media. It's everything that's really around you. So based on your situation, analyze or take a look at what you think you really need to look at, right? So maybe you look, maybe you start on simple Google searches, or maybe you start looking at Twitter, searching a hashtag, or Facebook, or any other type of social media, seeing what's trending. Then you have the physical aspect of it. Maybe you go around the office and you're talking to different people. Hey, what's going on? Like, what's the news? What have you heard? There's also the meeting aspect. So going to different meetings and seeing what's going on and what the staff is concerned about. You can also sign up for plenty of like news alerts on different websites, different subscription services, which will alert you to different things that you can kind of personalized that will kind of give you that warning if you need it.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Can you tell me again, at the end of the day, right? You put your implementation and plan in place. How do you determine success? How do you know if you've been successful?
Well, this is where evaluation comes into it, and so you start off with research. So you say, after research, you say, here is where we're at right now. Here is my baseline. We're at this knowledge, attitude, or behavior levels. Then you implement your plan. And during that implementation and at the end, you then measure it again, generally using the same type of research methods. And you say, okay, here's where my baseline was at. Here is where I am at now after I've implemented my plan. Have I achieved that increase or decrease in knowledge, attitude, or behavior that I was looking at? If I did, is this due to my implementation? If all other things are unchanged, right? There wasn't any other crazy changes or factors that kind of played into it, then yeah, I think you can reasonably assume that your implementation was successful. If you weren't successful in that, then okay, understand what went wrong. Did my implementation, did my tactics not really reach the people that I wanted to reach? Did they not understand my message? Were they not motivated by it?
I think looking at what you were trying to achieve, and just because you didn't achieve that, it doesn't mean that it wasn't successful. But did it move the needle in that direction? So maybe you didn't change 100% of the attitude, right? Knowledge, attitude, behavior, but are you in the right direction? That if you just had a little bit more time to continue implementing, that it will eventually get there.
Yeah, if you're on the right path, maybe you just need a little bit longer, right? Maybe it's a
Exactly.
good plan, just need an extra 6 months or something, right?
And that's what we tell people too. Generally, you're not going to change like 100% of people's knowledge or 100% of people's behaviors. You're typically looking for those marginal changes and then maybe over time you increase them. You look at what's working and what's not.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, again, thank you so much for taking time out to be on the show today. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye to you?
I would just like to say implementation is driven by your research. The more and better and more in-depth research that you can do, the easier your implementation is going to be and the higher likelihood of success that you'll have.
Make sure you're not married to the plan. I know that you put so much effort, so much work, but if it's not working, adjust and make sure that you're talking to your people constantly. Sometimes we're so focused on externally communicating that we forget about our folks in our shop. So remember them and to include them in your planning.
That's a good point. Be willing to let go of that idea if it's not working.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great point. Well, that's our show for this month. It was quite a packed agenda, I think. But remember, if you would rather listen to these shows instead of watching them, you can download the show as a podcast. Just go to your podcatcher of choice and search for DINFOS Live. Make sure you subscribe, okay? Well, thanks again to our guests for taking their time out to share their in. Be sure to comment, subscribe, and share the show with all your friends or anyone you think might be interested in this type of content. Join us next month on September 28th when we'll be discussing podcasting and how to develop and execute a great podcasting program. All right, thank you so much for your time, and thank you all for watching. See you next month, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome to Pavilion.
Caught on a cell phone, video from what bystanders say was an amazing rescue from a fiery crash. This man, later identified as an Army Staff Sergeant, is seen here carrying the crash victim away from her wrecked car just moments before it burst into flames.
Okay, Ruiz, press release, Jones, portrait. Miss Miller will have you take the brief card and case study. Minto, social media. Gramley, the article for publication, and I've got the press conference. Are there any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's make it happen.
Pavilion supplies teams with public affairs and visual information resources on demand 24/7. Whether you're brand new to the field or a seasoned professional, access tools to help jumpstart every mission.
Okay, guys, ready?
A trusted source for policy, templates, articles, all aligned to DoD standards.
Here's the fact sheet for the press release.
Thanks, I'll take care of it.
Reference videos, checklists, case studies, and more to help full-time and collateral duty professionals no matter where you are.
Welcome to Press Release 101. In this video, we'll be going over the basics of a press release, as well as walking you through how to write it.
Hey, thanks for the brief card. Yep, I'll get the press conference together tonight. Okay, great. Thanks. Chat soon.
Welcome to Pavilion Audio. This episode is on press conferences. We'll be covering the basics of a press conference, some do's.
Recently in the news, bystanders witnessed a heroic rescue by an Army staff sergeant pulling a woman from a burning car. We are pleased to
Bridge knowledge gaps to stay current and engaged with industry standards.
Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Dillon is stationed here at Joint Base Carpenter. Major General Henderson, Commander, Joint Base Carpenter, will present the
Share knowledge gained and inspire others.
At this time, I'm happy to take any of your questions. Ma'am?
Pavilion, we've got you covered.
No, this is a new QR code. I'm late with this. This QR code. All right, guys, welcome back to DINFOS Social Media 2022. How we doing? Everybody good? Yeah? We learning a lot? Yeah? Anybody just like stomp? Anybody realize that they've been here for 2 days and it's like, what am I doing with my time? Anybody? No? No? Okay, all right. That means I'm doing something right. All right, so guys, you'll notice a QR code behind me for my digital audience. If you scan that code right now, that will take you to our live Q&A chat. So that way you guys can send me messages, because I know I should have did it yesterday, and I get it. I've got you guys like all over the place asking me questions or sending questions in. Sometimes I get questions after a session or what have you. So at least this will kind of centralize it. And we can thank Hootsuite from yesterday for giving us the opportunity to use that. So without further ado, our next session will be a virtual session for those in the audience. We're going to be discussing, what are we discussing? Audience identification? Yes, got it right without my paper, thank God. So with that being said, I'm going to pitch it to Mr. Nick Martin.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name's Nick Martin. Today we're going to be talking about audience identification. I've been at Hootsuite. I'm on the social marketing team at Hootsuite. I've been there for the last 6 years. But you know, everybody's had a long day. I could talk about myself. Everybody's had a long day, long 2 days of education already, and you just got back from lunch break. So I figured we should just jump into it. I have a little bit of an introduction kind of built into the presentation anyways. So why don't I just share my screen here and we can hop into the presentation. Let's see. All right. Can somebody let me know if you see that? Looks like you can see it. Okay, cool. So as I was saying, I'm Nick Martin. I'll be leading today's session on social media audience identification, aka how to find your people online. So let's jump right in, because like I said, you know, we only have an hour together, and I'm sure it's been a long day of learning. You know, I don't want to keep you waiting any longer than you have to. So here's kind of what we're going to be talking about today. First, we've got this quick introduction. We're in that part right now. Then we're going to be jumping into what is a social media audience. We'll cover who makes up your audience. Then we'll discuss how to identify their needs, at which point we'll cover how to share and create content for your audience, as well as how to monitor for feedback from your audience. Okay. Lastly, we'll briefly discuss engaging with your audience. And that should take us to about the 45-minute mark of the session. And then we'll have 15 minutes for questions and answers at the end. So now, since I came out of university pretty much, and I've worked with brands and accounts of all sizes, both public and private. And I've been on the Hootsuite social team, like I said, for the past 6 years. Over that time, I've worked specifically on the engagement side of things and have grown to include social listening as one of my areas of expertise, both of which lead into audience identification, kind of as a topic that I'm pretty comfortable educating on. So why don't we just get started right away with the learning side of things and answer the first question, which is, what is a social media audience? Okay. And I do want to mention that a few of these tips may seem elementary or introductory, but the kind of way I've built this presentation is as a 100 level introduction to audience identification on social, with some higher level tactics kind of added in later on. So do bear with me. So anyways, what is a social media audience? Well, the Hootsuite definition is a social media audience is the specific group of people that you want to reach with your social channels. Okay. These are the people that are most likely to be interested in your content or products or services. They are likely united by some common characteristics like demographics and behaviors. Now, in the majority of everybody kind of sitting in the studio or tuning in today, majority of your cases, it's going to be the content that your audience is most interested in. Okay, since the military, you're not exactly offering up products or services to people. So just keep that in mind, that it's going to be the content that your audience will most likely be interested in. Also, from here on out, we're going to be calling your audience the target audience. And that's because those are the people that are specifically we want to be talking to and sharing content with. It's not just the broad audience that is all of social media. All right. So identifying your audience is going to be all about narrowing down your definition of who it is that you're speaking to. Okay. Now, a social media target audience will do a few things for you that will help you identify who they are. And they're also going to do a few things that will help differentiate themselves from that broader group that is the rest of the social network's users. Okay. Specifically, they will be actively following your account. They're going to hit follow. They'll read your posts. They're going to want to, they're going to click your links. They'll share your content. They will engage in conversations with you, and they're going to provide UGC, which, if anybody doesn't know, that's user-generated content that you can potentially use on your own channels and more. Okay. So long story short, they're the people who are taking an active interest in the posts that you share, and they're the ones who want to be a part of your online community. Okay. So now that we know a little bit of what a social media target audience is, let's chat about who exactly makes up the military's social media target audience. Now, before we do get started into this section of the presentation, I'd like everyone to take a moment and stop and think about the military's target audience and who is it made up of, or your area's target audience, right? It doesn't have to be specific individuals, but it should be specific groups of people. Okay, so to get you started, one example would be, let's say, like reporters. Okay, reporters would be that group of people who would fall into the target audience. So take a moment, come up with as many ideas as you can over the next 30 seconds, let's say starting now. write them down in your notepad or in your notes app. And I will say, don't worry, there won't be a quiz. All right, this is just an exercise to kind of get your brain working or on answering this question, so that when you do eventually step into the role where you'll be needing to identify an audience online, you're going to have that kind of head start. Okay, so that's probably enough time, right? Let's jump into who I think the target audience is. But I do have kind of one note before we get there. And that point of note is that your audience is probably not going to be just one group of people. Okay, it can be many different groups of people, especially when it comes to the variety of military social media accounts online, right? So with that in mind, let's jump over and see who I came up with as a quick first draft. You can, if you want to, use this next slide as a starting point in your kind of roles if you'd like. Although I do admit that I don't know how accurate or inaccurate it is. All right. So here's the list of target audiences that I came up with. Let's see, do you notice any similarities maybe between the list that you had in your head and the list that I've come up with? My list is set up of direct personnel, okay, families of direct personnel, the public, which seems really broad, but you can narrow that down to the public who is concerned with military operations, updates from the military, or even like specific branches of the military or whatever organization you're with, right? Ambassadors, allies, and then other government authorities as well, right? And I think those kind of all make sense. And now my kind of question is, what do you notice about each of these groups, right? What do they all have in common? Well, in my opinion, what do they have in common? It's that they all want to know what's happening with the military, right? Because again, we're going to speak specifically from a military standpoint on this section. If you are working with, I'm not sure who all is in the audience. Maybe there's some people from the FBI, maybe whatever, right? But today we're going to be talking specifically about the military. Yeah, they all want to know what's happening with the military, right? So remember how earlier on I was kind of talking about how your audience is going to be most interested in your content rather than any products or services that you offer, right? Well, that's because the military social media accounts, they're inherently not going to be run like a business account would, okay? And full disclosure, I mostly do train business professionals in sessions like this, but I'm well aware that you're not going to be promoting t-shirts or offering car washes from your social channels, probably, right? So you'll be offering updates and information and things like pieces of content that inspire your followers, right? Now we kind of get to the point of what tips do I have for quickly identifying your target audiences online? And I think this is a helpful point. For a quick start on identifying your current audience, and that's an important kind of keyword there, your current audience, the people who are following you right now, you can look at your social media channels analytics. So each network is going to offer up different data, but it can help give you an idea of who is following you, right? And what content that they are actively engaging with. At the very least, it's going to help you identify the content that's performing well with the audience that you currently have. And we're going to cover this a little bit later on, but you can start to kind of strategize based on what content you're seeing and what content your audience is reacting to positively, right? Now, when I'm talking about different data from each network, my personal favorite networks for like channel analytics or like, follower analytics, LinkedIn's really good. They can tell you if you go into your channel and look at the analytics, you can look at like where people are engaging from, what is their location, what are their roles for the most part, right? And it'll be like broad roles. This person works from Hootsuite, I see lots of marketers following our page. You can see company size and all sorts of things that help start to paint the picture of who's currently following you, who your current audience is, and what they're engaging with. Okay, so now that we know a little bit of who our audience is, or at least we have a first draft that we're going to be talking about today, let's take a look at identifying their needs. Okay, so what is that? It's what they're looking for from your social media channels. And I think you can write this one down. Identifying their needs is all about understanding what do your target audiences expect from the content that you share. what do they expect from the content that you share? Okay. And this is going to be kind of an opportunity to build audience personas, which I'll kind of cover in a second here. But I don't really give homework in sessions like this, but I do challenge you after these sessions are done to try and build out an audience persona for who you think your target audience is for your roles, social media channels. Okay, or you can do it for your personal accounts, social media channels too, right? But because keep in mind, every social media channel, big or small, does have a target audience. And that target audience can be turned into an audience persona, which we're going to cover in a second here. But so whether you're working on the field reporting side of things, you're in strat comms or whatever, and you're going to be sharing from your personal account maybe, or whether you're going to be stepping in and taking over for one of the big accounts like at US Army, you're going to be taking over those social media handles. Either way, you're going to have target audiences that you're going to want to understand as best as you can, and that's where personas come in, and they become very helpful. So what is an audience persona? Hootsuite's definition: an audience persona is a detailed description of someone who represents your target audience. Okay, I think that kind of makes sense. This persona they're fictional, but they're based on deep research of your existing and desired audience. Okay, so you can't get to know realistically every audience member, everybody that follows you. You can't get to know them individually, but you can create kind of an audience persona that represents that follower base, okay, or that target audience. So with that being said, since different types of groups may want to kind of consume your content differently from your channels, right? You might need to create more than one audience persona. And since we've already in this situation, in this session, we've kind of come up with 5 or 6 different groups, you would be in this case developing multiple audience personas, okay? Now, when you are creating a persona, you're going to want to give them that persona a name, demographic details to help flesh them out. What are their interests, their behavioral traits, right? That way you're going to start understanding their goals, their pain points, what is their kind of content consuming patterns, how do they engage with your content, right? And you can even give them like a face using stock photography or illustration, which my team at Hootsuite does. We have some examples would be like our top level customer we call Yanni, and we have a photo for them so you can have them up on the wall, and we can, when I'm creating content for that person, I can look at them and here's a list of traits underneath them that I go, okay, this is for Yanni, and I'm going to, I don't know, it just helps put a face to a name, and it helps me create content for them a little bit better, right? So basically you want to think about and speak about this persona, this model audience member, as if they are a real person. And that's going to allow you to craft messages targeted specifically to them, right? So keeping your audience persona, or in our case, personas in mind, helps keep your voice and direction of everything kind of consistent, from image selection to your brand voice to even which social channels you'll be using to share content out. Now, some things to kind of keep in mind when building out your audience personas or like some things to include when you're building her persona is, what is the age range of this person? What is their location? Which social networks are they using? And you can kind of, if you're tuning in, you can screenshot this or write these notes down. I think these are kind of the key points you'll want to know. What are they interested in? What languages do they speak, right? Because if you're, when you're down in the States and you're talking to everybody, maybe it has to be in English and in Spanish, right? So keep that in mind. Who is your target audience? When are they going to be active online? What is their reason for following you, right? All of these points will help create a persona who feels real and fleshed out, and therefore it'll help you create content for them to enjoy. So here is an example of someone that, let's say this is that image that we're talking about, right? So this is an example of somebody who's enjoying the content that your military social media channel has created and shared, right? They're having a great time. They love whatever you just shared, which I'm sure, if there's any social media managers in the audience right now, you're all kind of rolling your eyes because, maybe the military doesn't have somebody super happy like that all of the time, but, because I know at Hootsuite, I get a lot more feedback than super happy people all the time. But anyways, based on our persona list, let's figure out who this person is, right? They can represent the direct personnel, families, the public, ambassadors, right? Allies, other government authorities. And, in this case, I like to think that this is the public. Let's let this person represent the public. Okay, so, and of course, we're going to have a full demographic set created for them. So, which is, again, age range, where they live, what content they're interested in, what networks that they want to see our content on, and why they choose to follow us, right? So, let's build that out right now. Let's just say that this persona, their age range is 20 to 65, because we know maybe that the teenage demographic doesn't quite interact with military content quite yet. They live in the United States. They're interested in major updates or heartwarming stories, maybe. And they follow our account for quick updates so that they can just be informed. Okay. And I will be sharing an article on how to create audience personas in the follow-up emails to the people that brought me in here. But if you are interested in seeing it today, you can just Google audience personas and Hootsuite. The SEO team at the company's done a great job. So it'll be the top article that pops up on Google, and it kind of walks you through all of the different steps that you need to do. It's like a deeper dive compared to what we just covered here, okay? Now, let's talk about creating content for your audience, or audiences, since we have a number of personas created, right? Hypothetically. So with your personas all created, you're gonna have a good idea of what your target audience is interested in, right? And why they follow you. So if you review your content analytics as well, right, you're going to have a good understanding of what type of content is performing well, aka, what sort of stuff your audience is liking. What are they engaging with? What are they reacting to? Okay. And this is something that I definitely recommend you are constantly testing and iterating, just to make sure that you find a content type and a content mix that maximizes your channel's performance. Okay, that was maybe a little bit jargony, but what I mean by this is on Instagram, for example, if you're going to be managing a channel for Instagram, you want to be testing different things like Instagram Reels, Stories, Lives, static posts, carousel posts, okay, etc. Right, all of those different types of posts, they're all going to perform a little bit differently, and some posts will obviously perform better than others. And that's where you're going to latch on and say, like, okay, these are the type of posts that you're going to want to include more and more into your publishing strategy, into your content mix, right? And you'll want to steer clear of the posts that don't perform as well. With that said, every now and then you'll want to go back and test again to see if those lower performing types of posts, maybe they've changed, maybe the algorithms have updated a little bit and now they're going to actually perform well. So just keep in mind, you always want to be testing and you always want to be iterating based on your content types, right? Which would be Reel, Stories, Live, static posts, and content mix, which is how often you're sharing Reels versus Stories versus static posts, etc., right? So anyways, let's talk about the different types of posts that you can create in order to engage your audience. Now here is the part where we're going to be creating content buckets for your channel. Okay. And what's a content bucket, you may ask? You kind of probably want to write this down. It's like a set of content that is specific to a channel or persona. A set of content that is specific to a channel or persona. Okay. It should be defined by 1 or 2 words. Personally, I prefer 1-word buckets, and we're going to explain this a little bit more here. But a content bucket can fit multiple personas, right? And most importantly, should always connect back to your channel goals. So everything you do, and this is another note, everything you do should tie back to your main organizational goals and team goals. Okay, so keep that in mind. Whatever your organizational strategies are, and everything you're sharing out from your channels should tie back and connect clearly to your goals. Okay. So I've got some real examples, some real pieces of content from the military social channels, and we can kind of go through, because I think it's a better way of explaining content buckets. We're going to see what content buckets we would put them in. Okay. So this here is a tweet from the Marines. It's sharing an update of Marines participating in an activation ceremony on base in Hawaii. Okay. It also mentions that it was activated in accordance with the Marine Corps' progression towards Force Design 2030, and it includes some event photos. Okay, I would consider this type of content to fall into what we would call inform, right? That's the inform content bucket. It's a post that updates the audience with activities from personnel, and the intention is to really just keep people up to date with what's going on across the Marine Corps. All right, I hope that makes sense. So this is what I would say this is inform. Next here, we have a tweet from the U.S. Army account that shares a story of one man's road to the Corps. It's telling the story of Mohammed Ma'aruf, who has joined up and now he's on an engineering assignment. Okay, I would consider this as an inspirational post, mainly because it's not exactly informing. There's not a lot to inform on. It's storytelling, right? You're in storytelling and you're inspiring others to consider joining the military, perhaps. Maybe you can see, so that someone who's reading this can see themselves doing something similar to what Muhammad did, right? And personally, I'd file this under a content bucket that we can call inspire. I've got 4 to show today, so this is the third one. Another content bucket I noticed here is I think it's very unique to the military's kind of content mix. It's a content bucket that I don't ever think you're going to see coming from McDonald's or anything like that. This is a tweet from the 101st Airborne, and it's sharing the news of the passing of one of their members, Jim Pee Wee Martin. Okay, and it's accompanied with a nice video showing Jim, and its intention is to honor his memory and his service, right? And this tweet was, I did think was actually kind of interesting. It was reshared by a number of other military accounts, which I thought was great. It kind of shows that, you know, if you're in these situations and from an engagement standpoint, you have the green light to share from other social accounts, other official social accounts. But I would call this honor, and I'm going to mark it down. It could be honor, it could be remember, could be celebrate, but honestly, I think honor probably fits best. And this last one here, I think it's really important because you're going to be reaching so many people with your posts on social media. It really only makes sense to share some promotional updates, right? So in this case, the Air Force Materiel Command, they're sharing news about their world-class athlete program, right, with additional details on the program. And I thought it's interesting for like your broader audience, but it's also potentially very interesting to high-level athletes who are considering joining the military. Okay, this could be their opportunity to serve their country and still remain a top competitor in their sport of choice, right? And that's where the promote content bucket will be key, because it can help, you know, potentially recruit more people, depending on whatever your goals are, of course, right? So those are the 4 kind of content buckets that I identified while reading through a couple different military social media channels. Now, this next part, I want to run a little bit of a quick challenge to see if you have that understanding of what content buckets are, and see if you can figure out which of those 4 buckets these next tweets fall under. Okay, so here they are. Now, reminder that the content buckets that we identified are inform, inspire, honor, and promote. Okay, so read these tweets, think about which bucket they'll fall under, and I'll give everybody kind of a couple seconds here to digest the tweets and think which one they'll fit under. Okay, that's probably enough time. After reading the tweets, I think probably many of you would agree that they would both fall under the inform content bucket. Okay, and here's why. The first tweet on the left is the Air Force, and they're sharing an update about an upcoming change to the Active Guard and Reserve program with a link to learn more. Okay, they're informing their audience of that specific change. Inform. It's not, and I will add, it's not honoring anybody necessarily. It's not promoting anything, right? You're not trying to get anything from people. You're just informing them on it, right? And the tweet on the right, okay, that's also from the Air Force. It's sharing how General C.Q. Brown Jr. is leading change in the Air Force with their 4 action orders, focusing on airmen, bureaucracy, competition, and design implementation, which I love the ABCD. That's just great. With a link to learn more as well. In my opinion, that's just clearly inform. It's directing to like a press release almost. Okay, so where people can learn more, what does it mean with these with this new plan? Okay, awesome. That's creating content for your audience and how to kind of make use of content buckets to help you stay on brand and on message while doing so. So let's hop over to this next part here, which is monitoring for feedback. Okay, so we've created content for our audience now in this situation. We're starting to understand who our audience is, what they're interested in. We have the content buckets that we can kind of fit into. So when somebody says, hey, I need a post for, honor, we're going to fit that in. We're going to find something to tell that story, right? Now it's time to start monitoring for feedback. You're creating content for your audience.
I think it kicked.
Hey, team. I'm back. All right, can somebody let me know if you can hear me?
We can, Nick. We lost you for a second, but we're good. I think. Maybe. No? Can you hear me? Hey, Nick, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
Good to go. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to reshare my my slides there. A little bit of a technical difficulty. I'm going to reshare my slides. Let's hop back into it. Sorry
Awesome.
about that, everybody. And let's go back one slide just to make sure that we're kind of here. So this is where we ended up, I believe, monitoring for feedback. So we've created content for our audience. It's time to start monitoring for feedback. How active you are with this will all depend on how many actions can be taken based on the feedback that you receive from your audience. Now, I would imagine that a lot of the feedback that civilians send to the military social media channels, probably not very actionable, but nevertheless, I want to show you why you should do it and maybe how you can do it. Okay, so let's dive in here. Okay, so why should you monitor for feedback from your audience? Well, to put it simply, if these people care enough about your channels to follow them and to send honest feedback about something, I think it's important to hear that. Okay, so your target audience can be your biggest advocates, but they can also quickly turn into your biggest risks too. Okay, so their feedback is important. On top of that, it also provides an opportunity for you or your strategies to improve. It can be a quick way to find out what isn't working for your audience, and it helps you understand your audience's needs better as well. Okay. Finally, monitoring for feedback can help you build a stronger relationship with your audience just simply by showing that you're listening. Cool. Now, where should you be monitoring for feedback? There's 4 spots that I typically go for this. You're going to be looking in your account's mentions, in your direct messages, in a custom search query that you can set up, and then in analytics. Okay. So the first 3 points are for direct feedback, mentions, DMs, and search queries. That's where someone's going to share a post on social media so that you can receive that feedback directly from them. Okay. And it usually looks like someone's replying to you saying like, hey, what's the deal with this? I don't like it and here's why. Okay. It provides an opportunity for you to take that feedback and potentially action on it. And at the very least, if you're monitoring your social channels for feedback, you can see that and you can be aware of that feedback. Okay. And if you're not monitoring for feedback, you're going to miss it and there's going to be no progress that can be made, right? There's no opportunity there if you're not paying attention. Meanwhile, that last point, analytics and metrics tracking, okay, that's about monitoring your analytics. It's more of a feedback reference from your content strategies or feedback reference for your content strategies. So when you start to see metrics dropping down below your averages, that's a sign. It's kind of, I call it a silent sign from your that your content you're sharing isn't being engaged with by your audience, and it's just not as popular as it's not as popular with them as your previous content has been. Okay, so silent piece of feedback that your audience can sometimes offer up. And I just always say, take that as a kick in the butt to kind of re-strategize your content mix to make it more efficient, make it more interesting and engaging for your audience. Plus, make note of it as you're going. That way you have the data to back your decision if you ever have to present it to a higher up, right? I am a huge supporter and huge believer in data-backed decision-making, and this is one of those areas that you can make that decisions. Now, and this is really important when it comes to monitoring for feedback and engaging and things like that. I'd be remiss to mention something that I think is very important, okay? It's the difference between, it's understanding the difference between trolls on social media and individuals from your target audiences that are upset and have real feedback, okay? This is important because I've seen way too many people get really excited about monitoring for feedback, receiving feedback, and then they fall into the traps of trolls and have had their entire day or week or even career turned upside down, okay? So don't get caught in the traps of trolls and learn how to identify what they're all about, right? So the main things that you need to know is that trolls are, they're just online trolls, they're just online bullies, okay? Their goal is to either upset you or your customers or audience or whoever else, and they want to cause chaos, right? They're going to make outrageous claims, spread misinformation in your replies and comment sections, and they're going to do it incessantly too, from my experience, and it just is the worst. And that's just, you know, but that's one side of things. And on the other side of things, there's upset individuals, okay? And upset individuals who are sending you something that maybe seems bad because they're really upset and maybe there's some swear words or something, right? But it really is real feedback and valuable feedback. They're typically going to be part of your target audience. They have real feedback and they're just upset, but they have a legitimate reason to be upset. Okay, you can help these people. You can acknowledge their issue and work to resolve it. With trolls, you just simply cannot. And my one rule when it comes to these types of people and these types of situations is, it's all red here. Do not feed the trolls. Okay, don't respond. Don't engage. Okay, they're not part of your audience. Eventually, they'll just go away. But if you do respond and if you do engage with these people, it gives them an opportunity to kind of make things so much worse. So it's like a fish biting a hook in their mind, and they'll start to twist words, make accusations, kind of whatever they want to do to try and achieve their goal of causing chaos. So, and I will say too, you're obviously going to have your own strategies and your own rules and guidelines for situations like these, but in my professional opinion, and it's worked for me for 10 plus years now, do not feed the trolls. Okay. I just needed to make sure that I got that one point in here before I got on to the next section, because, you know, sometimes people get too excited to monitor all feedback and they take it all super seriously, which can be a good thing, don't get me wrong. But once you step into the trap of an internet troll, it just can potentially lead to a lot of brand damage and account risk, which nobody wants. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, so now that's done. Here are my quick points for what to do when you receive feedback online from your audience, okay? 1, share it to the relevant people internally. Someone's gonna have ownership over that area that the piece of feedback pertains to. They're the person that should see that feedback, okay? 2, now that it's been shared, I think it's okay to go back and acknowledge the feedback you received, right? You can go back and say something to that person. Hey, I've sent this internally. Thanks so much for sharing, right? 3, I always make a note to follow up and see if any actions were taken based on the feedback. 1, so you can follow up with the audience member in case they follow up. But 2, if an action has been taken based on the feedback that you were able to kind of provide, then that's worth noting for any upcoming job reviews, right? That's important for social media people. It shows that you're listening and you're taking actions. So here, you know, this is an example of when I received a piece of feedback on social media. It was about a webinar we were running and how the chat feature was turned off unexpectedly. You can see that the individual mentioned us and shared their feedback directly to the Hootsuite account. Honestly, I think that's how you're going to receive most of your feedback online if you are receiving any. But once I read the post, decided that, yes, okay, this is a legitimate piece of feedback, not somebody trying to trick me or anything like that, no trolls. I shared it with the webinar team, who let me know that they're going to look into it, get to the bottom of why that happened. Okay. And then I was able, after that, I was able to go back to the individual, acknowledge their post so that they felt seen, right? I then made a note to check in with the webinar team to see if they were able to get to the bottom of the problem at a later date, right? Easy peasy. Those are kind of the tracks that I would recommend doing. So as I was saying, most feedback in your mentions, well, there's going to appear in your mentions or your direct messages, but sometimes people want to complain about your work or your brand or whatever is going on, and they're not going to directly tag you. So you'll have to set up search queries to discover kind of what people are saying about your account or brand or whatever. Maybe there's a code name that you want to be keeping track of, right? And I can run through that, some of my favorite tips for doing that here. So you can create search queries in pretty much every social network. I find that the most useful search queries typically do come through Twitter. In my opinion, that's where the most conversations kind of happening on any given topic at any given time. So keep that in mind when you're going to do search queries. Twitter is a great place to start. You can get a really good feel for what is the community online saying. Okay. What I'd recommend when you do set up a search query is that you have a goal in mind with it. In this case, we want to discover what people are saying about our brand without actually mentioning us. Like I said, maybe there's an operation that has a name that, you know, I know just recently Operation London Bridge was one that popped up a lot with the Queen of England passing, right? You could potentially search Operation London Bridge, see what everybody's saying. Now, if there's a military operation or something similar, you could do that as well. See what people are saying about it if it's been made public, right? Anyways, what you want to do in this case is create a search that includes your handle, right, without the as well as some common misspellings. So personally, when I do this, I look up the words Hootsuite or Hootsuite, right? People forget the E on the brand, or Hotsuite. You get the picture, okay? To build on that, you can include some common keywords or phrases that appear in feedback posts, things like help, please, why, some other ones, how come, things like that, assistance, right? And lastly, if you're using any marketing tools to kind of go to that next level of social media listening, you can filter specifically for like negative sentiment. That's something I would definitely recommend you watch out for. Now we can capture all of the negative sentiment around our brand or around the keywords that we think are relevant to the search, right? That way you can just pick and choose and filter out and pass them on to the right people if you need to, flag them for the higher ups, right? Cool. Now let's talk about engaging with your audience quickly. And I say quickly, this is the final section of my presentation today, and we will be getting to questions and answers shortly here. But as someone who's done social engagement for brands for the last 10 years, I always recommend that you do interact with your audience in order to help kind of build that stronger community feeling. But I do it from the perspective of brands connecting with their customers, okay? And the military may have different rules of engaging online with their audience. And I mention this because, you know, I looked through the tweets and replies of a couple of different military accounts. You can see that I was looking at US Army, Marine Corps, 101st, right? And I didn't actually see anybody replying back to any of the civilians in their mentions. So I only noticed the accounts would reply to other verified military accounts. So that may be a rule within your teams. So keep that in mind. Like anything that I'm presenting here, your team's guidelines overrule this. So just keep that all in mind. These are just my recommendations. So there definitely is a reason, you know, why I didn't see any conversation going on between military accounts and non-verified non-military accounts. And here it is again, right? My first rule and recommendation, even though I'm a big believer in engaging with your audience and building relationships with them online, is that you should follow your team's engagement guidelines, okay? If it says don't like any posts, don't reply to any posts that are non-military, then that makes it super easy for you and you can kind of skip this whole section, okay? If audience engagement is allowed, however, my main recommendation for you is to never kind of put your channel at risk, right? Play within the guidelines of your social team, work with your best judgment, and don't ever kind of open yourself up to a conversation that could turn sour and could turn into a PR nightmare, right? Nobody wants that. Trust me, I've been through a couple of those situations and it's just a bad couple of days. Finally, when you are engaging, if you're able to, right, do your best to leave a positive impression. At Hootsuite, we call these meaningful relationship moments. It's a moment where you can get to connect with a member of your audience and leave them with a smile, right? So the military, you've got a massive following of people who are major supporters of you a lot of the time, right? And a simple tweet replying, saying things like, hey, thanks for the kind words, that could go a long way to making somebody's day, okay? But please always start with rule number 1 and follow your team's engagement guidelines before you go to and respond to someone you're not supposed to be responding to. Awesome. Okay, we made it. For everyone who's just waking up from dozing off around the intro section of my presentation, you can take notes here because these are the key takeaways for you, in my opinion, right? Start by listing your target audience groups. Okay, then you want to build personas off of each of these groups. Figure out what your content buckets are so that you can create appropriate content for your audiences, for those personas that you did create. This is a big one. Test different content types within your networks, okay? Like, again, the example was reels versus stories versus lives versus static posts, etc., right? We want to make sure that we're creating content that's actually interesting for your audience and engaging for your audience, okay? You put in lots of hours making something incredible, but if it's a type of post that your audience doesn't really like, then you just wasted a whole lot of hours. Okay. And then make sure you're monitoring for feedback from your audience, because really, what's the point of all of this? What's the point of knowing and identifying your audience if you're not going to listen to their feedback when they share it? Okay. Thank you very much for your time. This was awesome. I don't know how much time we do or do not have left, but let's move into the Q&A portion of the session and work through as many questions as we can, if there are any.
Awesome. Do we have any questions from the studio? If so, make sure you're approaching the microphones to the left and right. Anything?
Sounds like I covered everything.
Sounds like it, brother. Hey, Nick, I know you talked about content and really didn't dive into like content strategy or content planning, not content strategy, but like content planning. How important is that in all of this as well?
I think it all stems from, it is important, right? And it stems from understanding who your audience is and how you want to present to them and what story you're telling to them online. So one thing that within my team, the social marketing team, is we tell week-long stories. So we set up a theme for each week, and we then we kind of break down and share pieces of content that talk to that theme across the week so that our audience kind of knows, okay, this week we're going to be talking about, I mean, we could talk about audience identification, or maybe we're talking about Instagram in 2023. What does that look like, right? Because that's what I do. I'm an educator on social media marketing. I coach other marketers on how to do this. So that's how we plan our stuff out weeks in advance, sometimes months in advance, depending on whether there's a main campaign coming or things like that.
Awesome. We got another question from the studio.
She was first.
Hi, I was just wondering if Hootsuite has any built-in sentiment analysis capabilities. So thinking kind of one step beyond the custom queries to see if there's any way we can run a report on sentiment similarly to the way we can run reports on engagements.
Yep, we do. We have a tool called Insights. And Insights allows you to create a whole custom query, and it could just be as simple as your own brand handle. So, you know, if I wanted to put in on Twitter my brand handle at Nick Martin, You know, I could see all of the mentions of my, it'll analyze all of the mentions of my handle. You get keywords, top hashtags, sentiment analysis, when people are talking about me. You get a whole breakdown, and you can use that. So yes, long story short, we do have that.
Thanks.
I will say too, actually, if you want to continue the conversation online afterwards, you can follow me, connect with me on LinkedIn. I would love to connect with everybody. Go into LinkedIn, put Nick Martin Hootsuite. I'll pop up. I'll be the first guy that pops up. Or you can follow me and connect with me on Twitter. I'm very active on Twitter, and that's like the @ at Nick Martin. I created that because I thought it was clever, and I've stuck with it for the last couple of years. So @ Nick Martin. Would love to connect with everybody. And if you think of questions afterwards, you know, after the session's wrapped up, send them over, and I'd be happy to chat with you then too.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for the presentation. As you correctly surmised, many of us have restrictions on engaging with the audience in comment sections or otherwise. But some of us, I speak only for my agency, maybe others in the room, are still having a ongoing conversation with leadership about a possible extent to which we could do so. As we engage in those conversations, it may be helpful to know from you if you were able to provide a rough estimate of what we're losing out on by not engaging with our audiences.
Sure.
For example, if we are presenting non-vanity metrics, as in metrics that actually work and make sense, you know, do you have research internally at Hootsuite that you could share that suggests, you know, what by not doing what we're supposed to be doing or should be doing on social media, you know, what we're losing?
Yeah. So this all ties back actually to your post being boosted within the algorithm. That's how I see it. Like when you are engaging, not only are you engaging one-on-one and you're actually interacting with people, and that individual is going to appreciate it. And maybe you can go in and answer frequently asked questions so that you don't have to always see the same questions over and over again. So maybe you see a post and you can actually reply to it and everyone goes, oh, perfect, thanks, it's been answered, right? And you don't have the same people banging down your doors. But more than that, right? And this is going to actually, what's the phrase? High tide raises all boats, something like that. Is that when you start engaging, the algorithms of each network is actually going to see that, and you're going to get a little bit of a boost, so that the next post that you share is going to be presented to more people because that network sees you as this person's active, or this account is active within our network, and we want to be promoting that, right? So your reach is going to go up. You will eventually see more engagements because people can expect that. But not only will your engagements go up, it's going to be because you're being presented to more people, right? You're going to be shown up on more feeds, and it's just like it's a ripple effect of when you start engaging. And please be safe when you engage and don't put yourself at any brand risk or any account risk. But when you do engage, there's going to be that ripple effect of now all of our metrics are going to just start being higher because the algorithm likes it and presents it to more people. And inherently, when you get seen by more people, you're going to have more engagements, clicks, likes, whatever, right?
I'll ask a quick follow-up. Just an order of magnitude question. Are we talking about a 5% loss on the algorithm, you know, getting the ball rolling? 50, 500, you know, roughly?
Yeah, no, that's tough to say. I wish I could give you a real number. The networks keep their algorithm kind of what triggers a certain amount of boost. They keep that kind of pretty tight, but it starts slow because the algorithm wants to see that you're going to be active. And as you consistently do it, it grows. But I would say, you know, it's a small percentage to start. But if you check year over year after doing engaging for a year, you're going to see I would expect a considerable growth of maybe you've doubled your engagements. Or whatever metrics you're tracking. You know what I mean?
Hi, Nick. So currently my team is working on restructuring our social media strategy. And something that kind of came up during it is that our target audience doesn't align with our current audience. And so I was wondering if you had any tips or things to consider that will help us not only aim to gain our new target audience, but won't also alienate our current audience?
Sure. That's a great question. And one of the things I would recommend, it's kind of tough. One thing you would need to do, well, one thing, okay, a free thing you can do, because there's lots of things that you can do to spend money to connect with those people, right? You can create a paid campaign, set up a custom audience that is your ideal audience, and target them with your posts. Okay, you can do that, but I know realistically not everybody has budget to do something like that. So free, what you can do is you can start looking at keywords and setting up search queries that your ideal audience uses. For me, I look at just the phrase social media managers, and then I go in with the brand account and I engage with them, those people, so that I can become more and more like ingrained into that community, because that's what it is. It's a community, right? Now, for you, I would set up whatever keyword your ideal audience is using. How do you not alienate your current audience? I think it's just a slow transition of what your content mix is. So right now if you don't want to alienate them, you don't want to do an abrupt change, right? You have to start slowly adding in new things that will fit your ideal audience, this next audience that you're working to reach. But you still need to kind of connect and share stuff that your current audience is appreciating. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Any further questions? All right, guys. Nick, that was a great presentation, brother. I appreciate you dialing in. Sorry about the little hiccup that we had.
Yeah, all right. It's that's the life that we live now with these virtual calls.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, thanks for tuning in, or thanks for joining us, Nick, and we appreciate it, man. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was so nice to chat with everybody. And again, connect with me online if you want to chat more. Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, guys. We're gonna. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back and talk about, well, it's an interesting topic, right? The future of social media, like where we're going next, right? So we'll be right back after this.
Oh, do you hear me now?
I can hear you, Dad. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. So he's asking us questions in the chat. So I'm going to count down from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll count down now. 10, 9, 8,
right, guys, and welcome back. Welcome back. Guess what? You've made it. Almost. Yeah, one more session that we're going to do. We're going to get into talking a little bit about the future of social media, and it's kind of an abstract term, I'm sure, to think about what's next. But I've got two great instructors from Syracuse that are going to kind of guide our path on there. So without further ado, I introduce you to Makana Chuck and Dan Pacheco.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hello.
Hi.
All right. I guess we should get this. Should we get this started? Hi. So my name is Dan Pacheco. I'm a professor at Syracuse University, the Newhouse School, and I'm the endowed chair in journalism innovation. And I have been working a lot with virtual and augmented reality over the last 10 years, along with my colleague here, Professor Makana Chuck.
And I'm Makana Chuck. I'm a professor of communications and the David J. Levidow professor, and I'm the director of the Extended Reality Lab. We're doing research on virtual reality, augmented reality, and to some extent, social media.
Great. So I'm going to put our slides up here very quickly, and then we're going to talk to you today about, let's see here. Does everybody see my slides? Hopefully, yes. It's hard to get feedback on the other end. Yes, okay, great. So we're here today to talk about the future of social media communications. And one area that is really trending a lot right now that you may have heard about is the metaverse. You can kind of see an example of what that, one vision of what that might be like. The idea is that you are interacting with people socially, usually using some kind of a headset, such as an Oculus or a Vive VR headset. Perhaps in the future, you would put regular glasses on and be able to then see other people in the room with you who are not there. And this whole idea is just because it's really trending a lot right now. There are many billions of dollars going into this from companies such as Meta, which is formerly Facebook. The idea of the metaverse, though, is not a new idea. In fact, the very term comes from a science fiction novel that was written in 1992 by an author named Neil Stephenson. So perhaps some of you read some of his books. He's still out there writing books. He also, interestingly, does consulting for companies like Magic Leap, which are working on metaverse type applications. And I think probably most relevant to what we're here to talk to you about today, especially when we get into some of the ethical concerns that are kind of looming, is that when this future world that Stevenson talked about, where people are interacting as avatars, using headsets, Ready Player One is a movie that came out recently that is sort of another view of that. But with Snow Crash, it was extremely dystopian. So I find it kind of interesting that that is the term that now everybody's using. And I think it's also very appropriate because in addition to having just like every new technology, having lots of potential for good, there's also a lot of potential for misinformation and beyond. So what is the metaverse? There are a lot of different visions for it. This is from a story that came out in CNET last March, where they basically said the metaverse will be a virtual world that parallels our in-person lives. You'd have digital neighborhoods, parks, and clubs that will spring up, possibly in a single virtual world or spread out across many. And futurists envision the development of a 3D virtual world, ones that you might enter while wearing a headset or AR glasses. Just going to quickly show you sort of one view of what that might look like, and we'll show some others too. Let's see here. So this here is a website called Decentraland, and people are currently using this now. Oh, are you all seeing my screen? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Right. So you have your avatar. Decentraland, it's called Decentraland because it actually runs on a blockchain. So a lot of these other technology trends kind of merge together. And you can see, yeah, there's people who have, they choose their look and feel. But because it's on blockchain, you also have a lot of artistic pieces that people buy and sell and display that are known as NFTs, so non-fungible tokens. And yeah, so this is not something that's in the future. This is something that people are doing right now. And there are multiple places that they do this this kind of activity, engage in this kind of activity. So like it really should be called the future and present of social media. And let me, sorry, to switch over to my, oh, sorry, I'm more of a Zoom person. Trying to switch to my slides. I'll just stop sharing and reshare. There we go. Apologies for that. So there are many different ways that people really for the last decade have been engaging these kinds of experiences. But really what it comes down to is you have a presence in these spaces. You feel like you're really there. And so I'm going to hand this over to Makana, who really studies this and basically how what's happening in your brain and in your body that makes you feel physically present somewhere with these technologies.
One of the things that is particularly interesting about this sort of immersive social VR experience, as opposed to other types of experience, where you've been looking at social media engagement in a more two-dimensional world. But one of the things that's really interesting is this increased sense of social presence, of being in this environment with another real person. And it's important when we talk about the metaverse or whatever this platform is going to be called, it's shaped not only by the technological capabilities, the headsets and the ability to communicate with each other or to run around and become an avatar in a strange world and buy things and so forth, but also by the social functions that are going on in that environment. And this feeling that other people are real and present may actually be more powerful than experiencing virtual objects or virtual environments. Here we go. And part of this is because as human beings, we have an actual need to be social. Now, this goes back to being sort of our evolutionary perspective. There's an advantage for human beings to cooperate, to form groups, to interact with each other. You gain advantages this way. You are able to, hunt better, climb trees better, build communities, do other types of things. And psychologists have argued that this sort of need to belong, or this relationship needs, can be as essential as other types of necessities, such as food or shelter, this feeling that we need to be part of a group. Positive emotions are associated with being part of a group, and negative emotions are associated with isolation, or worse, rejection from a group. And this can be even something as simple as rejection from a social media chat group or from some other type of group. There's this sense that you've been rejected. And there's this visceral level pain and distress that's measurable that people encounter when they feel rejected. So this need to be actually part of a group is kind of important. We've actually seen some of this during COVID-19. These feelings of isolation led to a lot of actual negative physical and mental health problems. People's physical health deteriorated, and so did their mental health. And as I said, people are social beings, and you can actually see that we're hardwired for this. A significant portion of the human brain, the neocortex, is devoted to functions that are needed for social interaction. For example, a major portion of our brain is devoted to language processing, the ability to interact with others. And a significant amount is devoted to social and emotional processing, both our own type of emotions, how we feel and thinking about ourselves, but our ability to identify others' social behaviors and emotions. It's a skill, it's an advantage. So a lot of what we actually do, or how we're designed, is to engage in conscious thought about our sense of self and about others and who they are. And a lot of this ties into what we've actually found with people who are in immersive environments, particularly VR, to some extent AR. There's been research on this, which has found that in these various studies, these types of environments can lead to greater engagement with a task. You see this when people are doing training, for example. They're trying to learn or engage with particular skill sets. They can do this. And the engagement with the task is greater if they're more immersed in the environment. There's greater enjoyment. People actually have a better time. They report, being enjoying the experience more. We've actually been able to measure people's physiological responses, changes in heart rate, changes in blood pressure, the amount of essentially skin conductance, and found that there's greater levels of arousal and enjoyment. They're increased if they're experiencing something in an immersive environment with other people. As I mentioned, this impact on learning. A lot of learning these days, instruction, particularly hands-on instruction, is being done with VR. Some of you may know this or have experience with this. If you actually have the ability to practice something where you're immersed in an environment, you develop better skill sets. It's more realistic in terms of sort of full body training. But it also, if you're immersed with other people, this tends to increase learning, this type of things. They find it actually increases senses of collaboration and trust of other people who are with you in the environment. And this has an impact on attitude change and sometimes on behavioral change. We've been looking at this primarily in areas where, for example, persuasion and getting people to support certain causes and donate funds, or willingness to engage in support for other types of things as well after exposure to VR environments. But there's other ways as well where it can have an impact on behavior.
Sorry.
I'm getting dizzy, Dan. And a lot of this is because it impacts our experience of the metaverse because we're paying attention to other people. As human beings, we do this. Babies do this. One of the first things they do is focus on other human beings, human faces. They respond to this. And attention to other people allows us to filter out background information and focus on important elements. So because we're hardwired to pay attention to others and to respond to others, this type of intention can increase our sense of engagement with the virtual experience. It can improve learning and memory, and it can elicit greater persuasion. There we go. And this contributes to a greater sense of community. So for humans, the ability to engage with others, to be part of this community, whether it's virtual or real, is of great importance. And a key element in forming these successful groups or communities is the ability to communicate with one another. And because we're developing these new ways and technologies, we've had telephones, social media, and now the metaverse. But in this sort of interactive world, we're actually developing new ways of communicating, new rules for communicating. And that is creating an interesting series of questions about how we're going to do this and what's going to happen if we do this in greater depth. And I will pass. And this also sort of one of the reasons why the metaverse can increase this type of thing is because of these social cues. Part of this is because communication is really complicated. When we interact with people, there's all sorts of cues and information that you can gain from people. Right now, I'm talking into a camera, so I'm not necessarily getting cues and responses from an audience or from people that I'm interacting with. But typically, when you communicate with someone, you read their nonverbals. You hear what they actually have to say. And this is not always possible in a text-based environment. We do have emojis and other things can replace these types of nonverbals. But what's interesting is in the metaverse, in the social VR type of environment, you actually will be engaging in physical gestures. And this transmission of messages or signals through these nonverbal platforms, such as eye contact, your facial expressions, the gestures, the posture, the body language, the depth, the distance you are standing from each other, whether you're closer, there's cultural differences in that. All of this can tie into different ways of expressing emotions and can elicit greater and stronger emotions. And the other thing to keep in mind is communication is dependent on context to a great extent. So we behave differently in a workplace than we would in an educational environment, or say in an entertainment place. If we're hanging out in the bar, we don't engage in the same types of behavioral cues and behaviors and body language as we would in our workplace. The metaverse can actually create these environments that convey these environmental cues that allow us to communicate in different ways.
So there are a lot of different ways that people are accessing the metaverse now. I showed you Decentraland, one that a lot of young kids are using, maybe even some of your kids, is Roblox. Roblox is an avatar-based system where kind of like Minecraft too, where kids kind of get together and they do things like attend virtual concerts. So there have been major musicians who have had virtual concerts as their avatars in Roblox, which means there's also a lot of money going into those environments. AltSpace VR is another one that it started as its own company, and then Microsoft bought them a few years ago. And AltSpace can actually be utilized using a VR headset, but someone else could be on their computer, another person could be on their phone, And so it's very accessible to people regardless of what kind of device they use. The company that's getting most of the press right now in this is Meta with its Horizon World. So this is the company formerly known as Facebook. You use an Oculus Quest, and using your Meta account, you are automatically basically you can just go into your virtual room and go to other places where other people with their avatars that are connected to their Meta/Facebook accounts are hanging out. I'll show you an example of that in a minute here. Sandbox is another blockchain-based system. Fortnite is another thing you perhaps or your kids may have been playing Fortnite. There's also been a lot of kind of music and also sports celebrities doing things with Fortnite. And one of my personal favorites is called Mozilla Hubs. It's created by the creator of Firefox, and it's fully open source. So as you can see, even though we say the metaverse, there's a company called Meta. It's not really just about Facebook, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. Every major tech company is doing something in this space. So here's an example from actually one of my classes where I took students into Facebook's/Meta's Horizon Worlds. And you can see at the upper right, there's me with my headset. So as I move my head around, then you can see that's what I'm seeing. And here I'm meeting complete strangers, which is kind of an odd experience, I have to say. We're doing high fives. That's the nonverbal gestures, and people. This was all newbies, by the way, who were just interacting and learning how to use the system. And you notice that in my chair, I'm not walking around. I just have my my handsets out, and I can teleport around if I run out of room. That's one of my students at the top. Then I was asking them, hey, what should we ask these complete strangers we just met? Notice also that currently nobody has legs in the metaverse, which is very odd. I have a feeling that will be fixed in the future, but it's because you don't really have anything attached to your physical legs. So we're all just sort of floating around. This next video here, this is spatial. And the thing to note here is that with spatial, your avatars look a little bit more real. You still don't have legs, so you're floating around. But you start off with spatial, you scan your face using your phone in 3 dimensions, and then your face is then put onto your avatar. You get to choose the kind of clothes that you like, and it looks a little bit more realistic. I do think it's important, though, to keep in mind that this is early days. So even though it looks more realistic now, in the future, things will look, it's still a little bit behind of kind of what we expect. And the direction things are going is really what I'm going to show you here, is that the content in these metaverse platforms will be more like this in the future, where what we're seeing here is it's a screenshot from a virtual reality headset, and I'm in an artist gallery, but the gallery was 3D scanned using a process called photogrammetry. As you can see, it's also not perfect. That table looks a little bit kind of melted, but I can look underneath things. I can go around them. This is an artist gallery right here in Syracuse, where a couple of colleagues spent, I think, about 3 days just taking thousands of pictures of it. That process of 3D capturing spaces, if you can imagine, if you wanted to, have your virtual room where you could meet, it could actually be a scanned version of a place you're comfortable with, such as your house, such as your office. It could be, somewhere that you visited on a vacation, and you could kind of go there. And so we'll just see more and more realistic depictions of the metaverse environment. But there are some problems. So I don't know, Makana, if you want to maybe talk about some of these, and I can jump in.
Sure. I think there's concerns, obviously, with this, but there's both incredible potential, ways in which people can interact with each other, build, online communities, coordinate, connect with one another, all of the pros. But there's also the potentials for a number of problems or potential issues. One of the things to keep in mind is, as I mentioned, this sort of heightened emotional engagement. What we see is that if you're in these, because as I said, they found that people find these types of environments more immersive, and there's stronger emotions, deeper emotions, responses, and reactions. People respond in many ways as if they were in a real world. We have old brains. Our brains know, psychologically, we know, we're aware that this may be a fake, false world, but we respond as if it were real. And even though later on we can tell ourselves, okay, that was a fake environment, I wasn't actually swimming with whales, I wasn't actually in this particular situation, your experience and your memory of it may stay the same. So there's some issues here and concerns about the heightened emotional engagement, particularly positively or negatively. There's also potential for deepfakes. I understand you've been hearing some about this in terms of social media and the ability to do that. Well, it's even more heightened in this type of environment. As Dan mentioned, for example, Dan, you brought this up in the area where you can sort of scan your own, what's the environment where you scan your own face?
Well, a photogrammetry or
Well,
spatial?
yes, there was that particular, the facial ones. I mean, in that particular situation, you can become almost anybody, and you're interacting with someone else's face.
Yes.
There are also
face swapping may be a thing in the future.
A number of these AR apps that allow you to take anyone's photographs and faces, and some of them are quite popular, which you can include other people's voices. I think you've probably seen some examples of that, and there's a popular app that's going around right now where you can essentially take a photograph of someone or just take an existing photograph that they've posted somewhere and have it start singing. One of our colleagues is doing this on Facebook, and apparently every time you log in, you don't know which one of our fellow professors is going to be seen singing on Facebook because he's, used these potential for deepfakes.
If I could just add on to that, going beyond deep fake people, get ready for fake experiences. It's already possible to take things like the 3D scans I showed you, feed them into an artificial intelligence algorithm, and have the AI kind of fill in the parts that are missing or that may be imperfect. You may have heard of DALL-E and OpenAI for artificial intelligence. There are experiments out there that are basically creating fake environments, and with the future, then also very photorealistic but fake AI generated avatars that people are interacting with. How will you know that, so we used to say, nobody knows that you're talking to a dog on the internet, that old New Yorker cartoon. Well, in the future metaverse, how will you know that you're not talking to a robot? Right. So there will be a lot of, I think a lot of, ethical questions like this that people need to start asking, and the product developers need to be kind of held accountable to just make that clear, right? What's real, what's not. The simulated sexual and physical harassment is a real thing, and it has been since the beginning of these 3D social spaces, starting with Second Life. Facebook/Meta recently had to institute an automatic boundary between avatars because so many women were getting virtually groped in the metaverse, right? So just as, yes, we have old brains, we also have old habits as human beings, and all those same issues tend to kind of surface themselves when you have an avatar.
Well, you've seen that in gaming for a number of years, actually, with sort of the aspects and the concerns about particularly the sexual harassment in gaming environments, which are also immersive.
Yeah. Privacy and data collection. This is something that really no one's thinking about, but right now, if you use an Oculus headset, it's not just what you look at that's being recorded and shared with Meta, it's also how you move your head, how you move parts of your body. And as a result of that, you can be profiled based on the pattern of your movement. And these are things that, given that people seem to be really open to just sharing anything about themselves to the entire world in two-dimensional social media, what happens when motion then becomes a part of that? And your individual gait, for example, it's possible to tell who you are just based on how you stand and how you shift on your feet, things like that. So that opens the possibility of people being profiled without their knowledge, and then just like in the movie Minority Report, the ads then come up to you just based on it's like, oh, they know who you were, and they know that you shop at Victoria's Secret or Bed Bath and Beyond. Products are coming out at you. So last thing, before we go into questions, I just wanted to show one last little thing here. Speaking of, let's see here, kind of how much more realistic things are going to be getting. This is a system created by Nani de la Peña's company. It's called Reach, and I'm in a web browser here. And what you're seeing is superimposed in there is a 3D scan that I created with my phone of the Christopher Street and Sheridan Square subway stop in New York City. Okay, and then superimposed in there is a 3D scan of a sculpture that's here on the Syracuse University campus. I can sort of move it around. There's the grass you can see. But this is how easy it is now to create environments. And if I were to click publish here and then share this link, anybody could then go into this space. If they're in a VR headset, so you see there's a button there to click to view in VR, you'll feel like you're physically there, okay? So the realism, when you're looking at current implementations of the metaverse, such as with Decentraland, it looked very cartoony. Expect that to go away fairly quickly over time, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of. We are already seeing quantum leaps in this kind of technology pretty much every few months.
And that type of scanning, I mean, I've seen Dan do it. It can take him minutes, and it is just your phone. I mean, what phone do you have? I'm trying to remember. It's
that was done with the iPhone 12.
Yeah, the iPhone 12.
LiDAR.
Yeah.
Using the Turnio Plus app. So should we open it up for questions?
We got questions from the
camera's on
studio.
again, sorry.
Give us just a second here.
Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if you could touch on content moderation in the metaverse, seeing as there's a mix of major platforms that are already engaged in these debates on what we can now call traditional social media, such as Facebook, formerly known as Facebook, that is, but also new startups like, for example, VR Chat, which only does VR Chat, or other companies that are really only in this space and not other spaces. Obviously, you've already touched on this a little bit with the anti-harassment policies and how that was taken care of, mostly. But where do you see it going in terms of content moderation? Are we going to see a reiteration or repackaging of the same debates that we're having right now and have been having for quite some time with regards to, again, I'll say traditional social media platforms?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see all the same issues plus entirely new ones that more closely mirror the kinds of just life moderation issues we have in the physical world. So I think, I mean, that's my own view of it. You haven't really, there hasn't really been, I think because these virtual platforms are still relatively new, there's been kind of a hands-off approach with them. And I think the more we see stories of how people experience some kind of damage in some way, then we'll start seeing more of a push for more moderation, but I don't really see much moderation at all. They have terms of use. You can report people, and then you can ban them and block them. So there's some individual controls, but there's not a whole lot of kind of top-down control. Sometimes there are guides who show up in these worlds who work for, Altspace or Meta, and they'll have a little badge. And so they're sort of like the police force, if you will, or, they're the ones, like, they have a presence, and they have more powers, right? But I think people are getting away with a lot of things. I have been in some rooms in Horizon Worlds where, first of all, they say, oh, you have to be over 13 to be here. There were clearly children in there, and they were all using vulgar language. They actually were doing some kind of a stand-up comedian type of a little show, and they were using all this vulgar language, which is not allowed. I literally had walked past a sign that said, it's like, don't use bad language, and then there are children who are cussing up on stage like Andrew Dice Clay.
I think there may be some changes because the advertising industry is really getting into the metaverse right now. They're moving more and more into advertising and merchandising within this environment. And to some extent, we may see certain levels of content control around that, specifically from a business perspective of what can be advertised, how that can be moderated. There may be a drive from industry to, for example, where and when you can do this, because they don't want necessarily their product to be associated with sponsorship of a room or an environment or place where the kids are imitating Andrew Dice Clay, or something along those lines. So that may be one motivator. But at the moment, it's going to be interesting to see. I think we're facing the same problems with content moderation in this environment as social media is facing.
There's been a movement to give people more control over their land or their particular room or whatever you want to call it. And with brands in particular, I think what we'll see is they'll be the ones moderating their own spaces, partly because in some of these platforms, they paid literally millions of dollars for the virtual land, right? So the money aspect, I think, to your point, kind of contributes to that. But it also can apply to, your own personal, living room that you create, and then you get to invite who comes into it. So there's sort of kind of individual controls, almost like you would have, with your own page on Facebook, for example. You have more control there. You can add and remove people, set the moderation standards, and et cetera. Any other questions or comments?
We got another one from the studio.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have 3 questions. I want to limit myself having to be up here. My first one is about NFTs and how that applies to social media. I know that it's been a big part of the social media conversation. It's something that I see often, but I don't quite understand it. And so I just wanted to find out where that falls into place. Also, I know that for-profit industry is really getting into VR, but I know that there's a big cost that comes with that. So when it comes to government and nonprofit and that the debate between AR and VR, can you talk about that and what organizations that don't necessarily have the funding to be in the virtual space, how they can use the augmented reality as an opportunity? And then my third question is about how people like us in government and DoD prepare for this future that you've just talked about, the metaverse, AR and VR, and even though it's still on the rise, what can we do to prepare ourselves for what that future is going to look like? Thank you.
Okay, I wrote those down. There's a lot of questions. Can I take the NFT question?
Go for it.
Okay. So I've done a little bit of experimentation with NFTs, mostly just kind of seeing what they are. NFTs are really early. They're so early that there's a lot of debate as to whether there's true value there. In them, you have, things like I think it's the bored apes. These it's like this collection of pictures that are just so cartoons. But what I always kind of go back to is, well, people are buying them, and then the price increases. So there is something there, but where I think we're going to see the bubble potentially pop, and it kind of has a little bit with a tokens. I don't want to get too much into blockchain, but there's always a token that's on a cryptocurrency exchange that's connected to whatever platform the NFT is created and distributed through. And those definitely have some of them. There's been kind of a washing out of the riffraff tokens, but at the same time, I think like the NFTs are very much just an idea. You don't actually really own the art. It's not like digital rights management where people anybody can take a screenshot or even just right click and download your NFT image. And then what you own the right to is to basically, you have almost like a certificate where you can say, you violated copyright, and then you get to send out your own cease and desist. So for, I think it's questionable how many people would really do that. Where I think things will really change in the future is that NFTs that are three-dimensional objects and clothing that are tied to really valued brands like Gucci. Gucci has been creating and selling their bags and other clothing items in places like Decentraland and Sandbox. They've bought land there. There's one part of Decentraland that's pretty much all for fashion, like the big fashion street. And if you can go back to my Christopher Street subway example, imagine that the NFTs, they look and to some extent feel like real objects in the real world, and they exist in your virtual space. And they have some kind of digital rights management connected to them. I have a feeling that's where this is all heading. And going even beyond virtual reality, imagine that, here I have, glasses. Well, in, I don't know when it'll be, a few years to 10 years, you put your augmented reality glasses on, they look just like this. And instead of seeing the posters I have in my room here, I'm actually seeing my, Ming Dynasty Chinese vase over there that is my NFT, and it looks and feels like it's there, right? And it has a value of, $20,000. I think that's really where this is all headed. So you want to take the second question, Makana?
I think that was the second question, if I remember correctly, is dealing with nonprofits and others and how they can use this space, if I remember correctly.
And with augmented reality in particular.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that is because to some extent there's money involved in actually getting like bigger platforms and so forth, but to a great extent, some of these platforms are free. So for nonprofits, Dan, you've actually been working with, for example, some of the local museums and other cultural groups, creating these types of environments. I mean, you recreated an entire museum or a community, cultural center in photogrammetry, which can then be visited and used as a way, open to the public. And that was not terribly expensive in terms of how you can actually create it.
That was a student actually who just put the time in, and we provided the software. So, the limiting factor until really recently for photogrammetry in particular was the software. You had to use enterprise level software and have thousands and thousands of pictures. But now with a typical iPhone, you can scan a space, you can scan objects, you can scan people. In fact, you can scan people in what's called a T-pose and then animate them, which kind of takes us into the deep fake world. And it is not expensive. So I think in terms of the budget question and, how do government and defense prepare when they don't have the budgets? Well, if you have an iPhone, you can pay $5 to get an app like Turnio Plus or Polycam and just start experimenting with it. I'm a big fan of just individual experimentation, and if you have enough people within your organizations who are literally being asked to play around with these things that are not super expensive and they're on their phones, then I think when the bigger solutions come, you'll be mentally prepared for. You'll know what that space looks like. You'll know what you need to do to kind of take it beyond what everybody will be doing. I think what we'll see with this augmented reality and metaverse applications is that just like we saw with the internet, where at first it was really expensive to put up a website, right? And you had to get server space and everything. Then in a few years, everybody who wanted a web page could just do it for free. And it was super easy. It was like writing an email. With engines like Reach or Mozilla Hubs that lets you just click a few buttons and create environments and then hit a button and send a link to somebody, as those start to become more popular, I just think we'll be seeing it all around us, right? So what you don't want is for the world to change all around you at the consumer level, and then you and your organization aren't doing anything in that space. That's a really dangerous position to be in. So, playing and tinkering, super important for innovation.
I think the flip side to that too, and also this is in terms of how other organizations the government in particular needs to prepare for this is, as I said, there's a dark side to this as well. There's a lot of communities forming out there, and there's going to be recruiting for all sorts of things going on in these types of environments. And that's something else that probably greater awareness of, that it's occurring, potential, need to monitor whatever else may be out there. It's just awareness that this is coming, or it's actually in some cases already here.
Great questions. Do we have anything else?
Yeah, we got another question from the studio.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, great discussion. So Mike, I have a question that actually kind of tails off what you just said. So what is the, well, two things. One, in terms of the consumer aspect, is the metaverse kind of being seeded or staged by real world commerce? Like once upon a time, Bitcoin was something that, 4 or 5 people were trading across the world, and then it grew and grew and grew to a point where, much like bamboo, you can't get rid of it. So do you have like real world, I guess, commerce, as I said, essentially seeding the metaverse? And then secondly, if you could talk more about the future protections and privacy in the metaverse, like what are governments looking at, what are people looking at? I'm sure there'll be free speech questions. I mean, there's a difference now between some internet troll using his Facebook page to gin up controversy, as opposed to maybe someone starting a death cult, in the metaverse with thousands of followers. So there are all those complications. So if you could speak more on that.
Dan, you want to take Bitcoin to start with?
I'm not sure I completely understand the first question, but I'll attempt. So, I mean, what's interesting with things like you look at Bitcoin and the crypto world, and that's sort of like one bubble, and it's kind of going through its hype cycle right now. I'd say that crypto is now kind of going into its trough of disillusionment a little bit, but it's not hasn't gone away. And then things like so virtual and augmented reality and open source, all of them are utilizing or starting to utilize in some way a decentralized processing, which is really what makes something like Bitcoin and crypto work. And so and then you have artificial intelligence, and all of these different technologies are kind of smashing together in different ways to create new possibilities. So from a commercial perspective, I don't think that it's like, while there is a whole lot of commercial investment into these technologies, I don't really feel like that's completely what's driving it. The technology, like there are hobbyists who are kind of just and open source coders who are just making new things happen because the code is all out there. And all of these companies that are using metaverse technologies, they're really building everything on the backbone of open source, just like what happened with the internet. Now, there's a danger that as the big 6 tech companies invest more and more heavily in this, that just like with the consumer internet, that then they control it, right? Which I think that then speaks directly to the whole second question of protections and privacy. There's always this this tug of war between, okay, are you safer and more protected if you're using things that are run by some company that's investing into moderation and giving you all these controls and making easy tools, or by using the complete freewheeling, open, wild west, open source stuff, which is sort of like the Mozilla side of things, and Decentraland is like that. And those two are always going to be there, right? What'll drive massive adoption will be the commercial sector for sure, but that more democratized hobbyist level, I think, is always where things evolve, in my opinion. And it's the large companies that then take advantage of those kind of grassroots efforts.
And there's the issues, again, of privacy and protection, in that right now they're collecting a lot of this physiological data where your hands are moving and so forth in order to improve performance. And most of the time that's in the fine print of the 24-page little document that you sign when you agree to use the headset or use the game. But it's the same problem we're seeing with, any form of social media. They're collecting information. Where's the information going? How is it being used? What are the rights of freedom of expression in these types of environments, particularly because it's international. And a lot of these environments, you'll be meeting in social groups and social platforms with people from around the world where the same regulations regarding speech or other aspects don't apply. So there's going to be a lot of different things going on in that environment too. I'm doing some
And just
research.
like with regular, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I'm doing some research right now related to actually these new glasses that Dan's talking about that will be able to record things in your environment, and they look just like regular glasses. And we're comparing responses in Korea, which is very different rules about recording and the right to privacy of your own image, versus in the US, and attitudes and perspectives of this. So we're looking at cultural differences as well as issues of international regulation.
And you have some other research that you're going to be doing in misinformation, right, Makana?
Well, and then some of the things we're also working on, actually, we just started a project looking at how to develop media literacy education for people in the metaverse. So essentially, how to identify fakes and false information. And we're going to see if we can come up with something in terms of actual training programs within this environment. But we're not there yet. It's early days.
That's what makes it fun, though.
Any other questions? All right, Makana, Dan, I appreciate your time. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us here. We really appreciate the information. It's really good and insightful.
All right. Thank you. See you all in the metaverse.
All right, guys, we're going to take a really short break, and then we're going to wrap things up today. So just stick around for just a second. we think, Gus? It's good? Good? I hope you got a little bit of something out of it. I think every session really touched on an element of social media that you have to deal with in your everyday. And even the VR stuff is interesting. As I think back to when I was running Marines Magazine, we were doing stuff like this. We would take a picture of a vehicle that was coming out or a new weapon system that was coming out and make it so that it was like a 3D model, right? So you can take it on an iPad and you can spin it around. So imagine doing like one of these sunset parades or one of these, like, and being in that situation, and actually putting people in that situation. Now, obviously, there's huge security risk with that, huge operational security risk with that. And I don't know how close we are as a military to getting there, but start to think about those types of things. A lot of us probably just tuned in to, hey, you know what? Let me figure out how do I post on Twitter, right? now we're talking about virtual reality and stuff. But I really hope that you guys grasp something out of every little portion along the way. Understand that social is not just about one little thing or one little tactical aspect of it. I know we got a lot of questions that I couldn't necessarily answer. There were questions like, should we have personal cell phones versus government-issued cell phones and things of that nature. I think all of that's wrapped up in policy and procedure. All of that, you kind of have to see what your unit is saying about that, what your organization is saying about things like that. I mean, I think there's risk associated with social media, everywhere. You may or may not have seen this beautiful QR code on day one, but this. If you're online or if you're in the studio, I want you guys to take the final survey. That'll give us kind of a sense of what you got out of the sessions. And it also kind of, help us plan for next year and whether or not we want to do this in person again or whether we want to go larger or smaller or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that'll help with that. You guys have any just burning questions, anything that we didn't touch on that I can kind of help to address while you got me here? Any last rounds? I know everybody's trying to oh, man, cut it, right? No, seriously, anything? Yes. Oh, you got to go to the mic. Even for comments, you got to go to the mic.
Okay, so I know people have been bringing up different recruiting questions. So I'm Sergeant Alonzo. I'm recruiting out of Jacksonville, recruiting battalion, and I've learned a lot about I'm not APNA or PAO, but I have learned a lot about what you guys do, and I appreciate it. But the only thing that I would highly suggest, I guess, or recommend or ask, I know that not just myself, but other recruiters would definitely request support in, is if, we partnered better together, not just to put stories out there, but if you guys can share the content that we're pushing out as well. Since you guys, have a lot of followers or are more engaged with the audience than we are on different kind of levels. Yes, we're out there recruiting, doing the face-to-face with the people, but we also need our media shared. And so if you can get in contact with some of your local recruiting stations and just start following their pages, sharing their content, sharing their contact information, it would, be greatly appreciated. And vice versa. I know we take a lot of content that you guys push out from Sprinkler and other, different type of medias that's talking points that gets it out to us, and we do it for y'all as well. So if we can just kind of better team together, to help the recruiting efforts across all branches. So we would truly appreciate that. That's all I had.
Good comments. I mean, we should be talking to one another. We should be supporting one another. If you've got somebody similar units to your left and to your right. I know when I was on recruiting duty, we always had an MPA that was at our headquarters that would try to help kind of facilitate some of that stuff. I'm not sure how the Army is set up, but yeah, absolutely. If you guys have made connections in the audience, definitely help each other out. Start commenting and sharing and all those good things. We had questions about engagement, how do you start engaging when you haven't been engaging? I think the answer to that is to just start engaging, to find those choice comments in your section and just start. Hey, thanks for the support. Little things like that. And you'll start to, I think, over time, start to see kind of increases and stuff like that. But absolutely, share each other's content and all of that. Anything else? No? Well, guys, I really, really, really just want to thank you guys for being here. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for supporting the Defense Information School. Thanks for tuning in online. I know, remember all this stuff is recorded. We've recorded all the sessions. If you're looking for slide decks, slideshows, either email myself or I have a lot of the people that are in person. I have your contact information. I'll blast it out to you. But if you don't receive it in, give me some time. If you don't receive it in like a week, just give me a little nudge. Hey, you know, I'd like to see that slide deck on this or that. We may try to hang it on the DMA or the DINFOS website as well. Once I get that situated, because some of these, especially the virtual audiences or the virtual presenters, I don't have their decks, but I'll reach out and I'll make sure I get them. All right, we good? All right, guys. Well, that is it from DMA and DMA Studios. I appreciate you tuning in. We'll see you next year.